Chapter 32:19. Swoosh. The formless Ji Tianqing passed through the door gap silently and entered the green jade palace. The gap between the two large doors was merely 3 feet wide, just enough for him to pass through. The main door's defensive array had already been broken and stopped operating. When he crossed over the palace door, the array didn't have any reaction. Hence, the 5 divine monarch experts who were closest to him didn't detect any abnormality. Only 2 9th-stage realm divine monarchs vaguely sensed something amiss. There seemed to be a weak airflow passing by them. At the same time, there seemed to be a pair of eyes sweeping past them invisibly. These 2 9th-stage divine monarch experts had cultivated for 10,000 over years. Their ability and foundation were extremely vigorous and their perception was exceptionally powerful. Even so, they didn't discover Ji Tianqing, only feeling a little strange. Puzzled, the two of them turned around to look behind them, looking left and right to check the surroundings. But there wasn't any abnormality in the surroundings. The nearby divine monarch experts were all staring intently at the battlefield, observing the battle situation. The great battle not too far away also exploded with deafening loud noises, releasing violent shock waves. In this way, those 2 9th-stage realm divine monarchs only thought that it was caused by the great battle between the strong practitioners. The two of them didn't think too much as they retracted their gazes and attention and continued to watch the battle. The 20,000 over people from the 50 powerhouses were still competing and fighting fiercely outside the main door of the palace, worrying over who could enter the palace. No one would have thought that they had spent close to 10 years and the fruits of their hard work would actually benefit Ji Tianqing. They hadn't entered the Green Jade Palace yet and Ji Tianqing had already beaten them to it, reaping the fruits of victory. Behind the main door of the palace was a green path that was 30 feet wide and paved with divine jade. The path extended to 100 feet away, connecting to a wide public square. On the left side of the public square was a garden and there were mountains, lakes and forests. But no one had taken care of it for 10,000 years and it had long become decadent. On the right side of the public square was the beast garden where spiritual beasts and mounts were reared. It was also constructed exquisitely. But 10,000 years had passed and there were no more spiritual beasts and mounts inside, so it was completely abandoned. Ji Tianqing followed the divine jade avenue and arrived at the gray-white plaza. This plaza was also very extravagant. The ground was paved with precious white jade, and there were many gems and divine jades mixed in. Ji Tianqing could imagine that if the divine lords of the 50 factions were here, they would definitely dig up the ground. He looked around and found that the square was empty. There were no statues or stone tablets. If it were any other god king, they would definitely have thousands of servants in their divine palace. Statues of him would be erected in the plaza and in the main hall to display his majesty, and at the same time for the servants to worship him. God King Azure Jade didn't even make a statue. I wonder if he's shy or low-key. Ji Tianqing's lips curled into a smile as he crossed the square and flew towards the palace on the other side. Facing the square was the main hall of the Green Jade Palace. Under normal circumstances, if there were any important matters that required a meeting, or if there were any important guests, they would be received in the main hall. The main hall of a divine palace was the face of a god king. If it wasn't luxurious or majestic enough, it would be looked down upon by others. Ji Tianqing walked up the 99 steps and arrived in front of the main hall's door. Without a doubt, the 100 feet tall palace door was also protected by a king-level divine array. Ji Tianqing wasn't surprised at all. After using his God's Eye mystic technique to observe for 30 minutes, he began to cast spells to crack the divine array. This was an elementary king-level divine array, and it wasn't too profound or complicated. Compared to the divine array at the Green Jade Palace's door, this array was much simpler. Of course, it was only simple to Ji Tianqing. To the divine lord experts of the 50 factions, this was still a huge problem. Ji Tianqing discovered that this divine array had many similarities to the array at the Green Jade Palace's door. After all, it was set up by God King Azure Jade, and it contained his unique thoughts and insights. There weren't many differences. Therefore, Ji Tianqing only used 2 hours to crack the divine array at the door. When cracking the divine array, he paid extra attention to it. He didn't destroy the divine array. Instead, he opened a gap in the divine array. Then, he went through the gap, pushed open the palace door, and stepped into the main hall. After he entered the main hall, he closed the door and cast spells to close the gap in the divine array. Therefore, the divine array resumed its normal operation and continued to protect the door. In this way, when the experts of the various factions arrived, they wouldn't discover that he had beaten them to it. If the experts wanted to enter the main hall, they would have to rack their brains and spend a lot of time cracking the divine array. The spacious main hall was dimly lit. There were originally hundreds of gemstone lamps on the surrounding walls. There was also a star map inlaid with gemstones on the dome, which emitted light day and night. However, after 10,000 years, the power of the gemstone lamps had been exhausted and all of them had been extinguished. Only the star map on the dome and a dozen gemstones were emitting a faint light. Ji Tianqing strolled around the main hall and looked around calmly. Whether it was the floor of the main hall, the 9 dragon pillars, or the furnishings around the main hall, they were all covered in a layer of dust. However, after brushing away the dust on the surface, Ji Tianqing discovered that these things still looked brand new. Even the throne inlaid with divine jade and gemstones at the head of the hall was as clean as new. Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, although the main hall's furnishings are not bad, it's clearly not used much. It's obvious that God King Azure Jade spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion in this palace. This main hall has become a decoration. He barely held any meetings or celebrations, nor did he receive any friends. Or, did he not have any friends after becoming a god king? With this thought in mind, Ji Tianqing's consciousness enveloped the entire main hall. After a careful inspection, he didn't find anything of value and walked to the small door in the left corner. Logically speaking, that small door was the passage that led out of the main hall to God King Azure Jade's residence. The small door was also protected by a divine array. Although it was an elementary monarch divine array, the structure was much simpler. Ji Tianqing only used 45 minutes to crack the array. After pushing open the 10-foot tall door, a passageway appeared in front of him. Following the pitch-black passageway, he walked 100 steps before entering the courtyard behind the main hall. In the spacious courtyard, the ground was covered in a layer of dust and withered fallen leaves. These fallen leaves were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. They had long decayed and were reduced to fine powder by a gentle breeze. The courtyard was simple and elegant. A few acres of nursery were cultivated and many flowers and sacred tree were planted. Unfortunately, those flowers and sacred tree had long withered and turned into black dust and dregs. Ji Tianqing sized up his surroundings and used his consciousness to investigate. After confirming that there was nothing unusual in this silent courtyard, he walked towards God King Azure Jade's residence. Chapter 32:20. The design of the residence was very elegant and the environment must be very quiet. Divine King Azure Jade's residence was the row of houses in the north of the residence. The houses on the 2 sides were slightly lower while the house in the middle was taller and more exquisite. It had vermilion walls and golden tiles, richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. Even the threshold of the living room was made of superior-grade purple heart jade. The houses on the 2 sides were not sealed with divine arrays. Ji Tianqing released his consciousness to investigate and did not see anything special. They were all ordinary furnishings and some decorations. Of course, ordinary was only to him. To most divine lords, divine items with a long history were still very valuable. Therefore, Ji Tianqing ignored the houses on the 2 sides and walked to the door of the living room. The door was sealed with a divine array. It was still a monarch-level divine array. Ji Tianqing used a little trick and spent an hour to unlock it. He pushed open the door that had been sealed for 10,000 years and stepped on a thin layer of dust on the ground to enter the living room. The living room was 50 feet wide. It was not very big, but it was exquisite and elegant. The furnishings in the living room were simple, but it was a pity that many of the tables, chairs, and decorations had long decayed into dust. On the wall facing the door, there was a painting made of silver threads of stars. In the painting, the divine fire golden threads that were still shining after 10,000 years embroidered a dignified divine clan man. Ji Tianqing waved his hand and produced a breeze to blow away the dust on the painting. Immediately, the painting regained its radiance. The gold and silver colors were dazzling. Even the middle-aged man in the painting became dazzling with divine light and looked extremely sacred. Although the painting only showed the side of the man's face, Ji Tianqing vaguely remembered that this was Divine King Azure Jade whom he had met back then. The star silver threads and the divine fire golden threads are materials used to refine top monarch level divine artifacts. They are priceless. Who used these expensive materials to painstakingly embroider the painting of Divine King Azure Jade? Ji Tianqing sized up the painting and pondered silently. He was thinking that Divine King Azure Jade would not have the leisure to do so. This painting must have been made by someone else. Moreover, the painting was exquisite and exquisite. It must have been made by a meticulous woman. Could she be God King Greenjade's lover? Or is it his sweetheart? Ji Tianqing felt that this was very possible. He waved his hand and shot out a golden light to collect the scroll into his spatial ring. I can't keep this painting. I have to take it with me. If that group of people outside were to get their hands on it, I wonder what kind of bizarre things they would do using Divine King Azure Jade's reputation. After putting away the painting, he looked around the living room again. Seeing that there was nothing else in the living room, he walked to the left. To the left of the living room was the study, and to the right of the living room was the bedroom. The study room was decorated in a simple and elegant manner. There was nothing special about it. The tables, chairs, and bookshelves were old, decayed, and covered with dust. There were many books and papers on the desk, but they had long turned to dust. However, a few jade slips were preserved and placed messily on the desk. Ji Tianqing picked up those jade slips and invaded them with his divine sense, reading the contents inside. After reading, he discovered that these jade slips recorded some divine powers and mystic arts, as well as Divine King Azure Jade's comprehensions and insights. Those divine powers and mystic arts were all between monarch rank and king rank. To Ji Tianqing, they did not have much attraction. But if other divine lord powerhouses obtained them, they would definitely be wild with joy like they had obtained priceless treasures. The only thing that was still of some value was Divine King Azure Jade's insights and insights. Through the contents of the jade slips, Ji Tianqing could determine that Divine King Azure Jade had just broken through to the Divine King realm not long ago and was pondering over creating his own divine powers and mystic arts. However, Divine King Azure Jade's foundation was too shallow, and he did not have a Divine King powerhouse to guide him. He could only gather many supreme-grade monarch-ranked divine powers and mystic arts, and after mastering them thoroughly, fusing them into the methods and laws of a divine king powerhouse, evolving them into king-ranked divine powers. The result could be imagined. From Ji Tianqing's point of view, Divine King Azure Jade's insights could not be said to be wrong, but they were rather shallow. Under such circumstances, even if Divine King Azure Jade created a few king-ranked divine powers and mystic arts, they would not be that brilliant. Ji Tianqing originally thought nothing of those jade slips, but after some thought, he kept them in his interspatial ring. Even if these jade slips are useless to me, I can't leave them for the bunch of divine lords outside. I want to take away all the valuable items and let them rejoice for nothing. With this idea in mind, he left the study and passed through the living room to enter the bedroom. Divine King Azure Jade's bedroom was decorated very simply. There was a dark green jade bed, a soft couch beside it, and a bronze mirror. Other than that, there was nothing else in the bedroom. There was not even a need for bedding or decorations. I reckon he spends most of his time in seclusion in a secret chamber. The bedroom is just a decoration to him. Ji Tianqing muttered to himself as he surveyed the bedroom. Soon, his gaze landed on a corner of the bedroom. The seemingly intact wall was actually sealed by a king-grade divine array. Ji Tianqing took an hour to crack the divine array. Without the concealment and disguise of the divine array, a secret door appeared on the wall. Ji Tianqing's lips curled into a faint smile as he muttered to himself, under normal circumstances, everyone would open up a passageway to a secret chamber in their bedroom to facilitate seclusion cultivation. I have not obtained anything decent after being in the divine palace for so long. With divine King Azure Jade's personality, his most valuable and precious treasures should be in the secret chamber. When he thought of the possibility that the target of his trip was in the secret chamber, a trace of anticipation welled up in his heart. With a creak, Ji Tianqing pushed open the secret door. A pitch-black passageway indeed appeared in front of him. Ji Tianqing probed with his consciousness and discovered that the passageway was 1,000 feet long. It extended diagonally into the ground. The passageway was narrow and only allowed one person to pass. There was a stone door at the end. Inside the stone door should be the secret chamber where divine King Azure Jade was in seclusion. Ji Tianqing carried a tinge of anticipation as he passed through the pitch-black passageway and walked towards the underground secret chamber. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature in the passageway. The surroundings were deathly silent. There was only darkness and coldness. Ji Tianqing vaguely felt that something was amiss and could not help but frown. I've only gone a few hundred feet underground. Why is there such an obvious change in temperature? Is there a problem with the divine array on the stone door, or is there some power in the secret chamber? With that thought, he raised his vigilance slightly. Soon, he arrived in front of the black stone door. The surroundings were still silent and there was nothing unusual. He executed the divine eye mystic art and focused his gaze on the defensive divine array on the stone door. It was another king-ranked divine array personally set up by divine King Azure Jade. The structure was slightly more complicated. It took Ji Tianqing 4 hours to decipher this divine array. The defensive array of the secret chamber is almost catching up to the divine array at the divine palace's entrance. Looks like this secret chamber is very important. He muttered and reached out to push open the black stone door. At the same time, a change occurred. Chapter 32:21. Ji Tianqing only thought that behind the stone door was the secret chamber where God King Azure Jade was in seclusion. Even if the passageway was cold, it could be due to some array formation in the secret chamber that was emitting such power. He was not on guard at all and did not expect that there would be a living creature in the secret chamber. After 10,000 years, there was actually a living creature hidden in the dust-covered Azure Jade Divine Palace that was long devoid of life. Through the gap between the stone doors, Ji Tianqing could clearly see that there was endless darkness behind the stone doors. And behind the stone doors, in the deep darkness, there was a pair of fist-sized scarlet eyes staring straight at him. The oval-shaped scarlet eyes contained an extremely cold intent and shone with violent killing intent. The two pairs of eyes met for a moment. Before Ji Tianqing could get a clear look at the owner of those scarlet eyes, a voice rang out. A pair of pitch-black claws the size of a cattail leaf fan reached out from the gap between the doors. The two claws were furry and had pitch-black, sharp nails that were more than 3 inches long. Each of the claws grabbed onto a stone door and burst forth with immense strength as it pulled viciously to both sides. Crack! 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 Instantly, the black stone door that was 30 feet tall and 20 feet wide opened completely. At the same time, a torrential flood of pitch-black cold air surged out of the darkness and rushed towards Ji Tianqing. The pitch-black air current contained a bone-chilling power that made one's soul tremble. No matter how strong Ji Tianqing was, his life would be in danger if he was swept by the pitch-black torrent. That was because the pitch-black cold air was extremely close to the God King realm. Fortunately, Ji Tianqing had already raised his vigilance. At the critical moment, he made a prompt decision to use the infinite sky of chaos. Swoosh! His body instantly turned transparent and blurry as he fused with the entire Azure Jade Divine Palace and did not feel any force at all. The vast cold black air passed through him without any delay and rushed into the pitch-black passageway. Instantly, the pitch-black passageway that was 1,000 feet long was shattered by the cold black air and collapsed immediately. Even the rubble and mud that had blocked the passage had become dark, cold, and extremely hard. The berserk energy was still unable to be completely neutralized, and it rushed out of the 300 zhang long passageway. The secret door on the wall of Divine King Greenjade's bedroom was blasted away, turning into a pile of rubble. Black chi gushed into the bedroom, turning it into a mess and collapsing half of it. Such a violent impact naturally caused a deafening explosion. Even the ground within a radius of tens of miles was shaking non-stop. Seeing this result, Ji Tianqing furrowed his brows and clicked his tongue inwardly. The secret room's passageway and that secret door are all made of quasi-king grade materials. Other than God King experts, no one can destroy them. How strong was the monster in the dark? He actually destroyed the entire passageway. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the pair of furry claws once again sprayed out 10 dazzling rays of blood light, which were like sharp blades as they shot towards him. Ji Tianqing was in a transparent and blurry state. He was almost invincible, so of course, he did not dodge. However, the 10 rays of blood light that were like blades slashed through the rubble in the passageway, causing another earth-shattering explosion. Not only was more than half of the blocked passageway cleared, but the already broken walls of the passageway also had a huge hole that was hundreds of feet deep. The passageway had completely collapsed, and countless rubble and dust were stirred up. More than half of the Green Jade Palace was shaking violently from the impact. Muffled rumbling noises came from underground and spread out in all directions. Such an outcome made Ji Tianqing frown, and a look of worry flashed across his eyes. This is bad. This monster has caused such a huge commotion. As long as the group of Sir Gods outside are not deaf, they will definitely hear it. Ji Tianqing could imagine how the Sir Gods of the 50 factions would react when they discovered the commotion in the Green Jade Palace. Reckon that before long, several hundred Divine Lord powerhouses would swarm over. By then, his whereabouts would definitely be exposed. He might even be attacked by the mysterious monster and the Sir Gods from both sides. He was not worried that his life would be in danger, but he had not achieved his goal of coming to the Green Jade Palace. If his whereabouts were exposed, it would definitely affect his plan. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to cross the stone door and enter the dark secret chamber. He realized that the mysterious monster could only stay in the dark and could not cross the stone door to leave the secret chamber. However, he still chose to advance and not retreat. Because if he retreated, all his efforts would be in vain. Even if it was dangerous, he had to enter the secret chamber to see what the mysterious monster was. At the same time, he had to search the dark secret chamber to see if there was anything he wanted. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Ji Tianqing entered the secret chamber and was swallowed by the darkness. At the same time, he struck out 2 rays of divine power and closed the 2 stone doors that were as heavy as mountains. Bam! After the stone doors closed, the secret chamber was plunged into darkness. The pair of scarlet eyes were obviously stunned for a moment as a look of confusion flashed across them. However, the monster immediately let out an angry and low roar as it crazily waved its sharp claws and attacked Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing remained invisible and ignored the monster's ferocious attacks. He released his divine consciousness to check the situation around him and realized that this was not a secret chamber. Instead, it was a special space surrounded by endless darkness. The pressure in this space was extremely strong. Staying here was like being pressed down by a huge mountain at all times. At the same time, it was bone-chillingly cold, as if it could freeze flesh and blood into ice. It made one's consciousness and spirit extremely tired and drowsy, making one feel like falling asleep. Ji Tianqing thought for a moment and immediately guessed the purpose of this space. Isn't this a special space to suppress and seal experts? I didn't expect that godly King Azure Jade's bedroom was not connected to a secret chamber. Instead, such a space is suppressing a godly king-level monster. Thinking of the monster, Ji Tianqing's attention fell on the monster. He saw. It was a pitch-black humanoid monster that was more than 30 feet tall. It looked very similar to the great Yen divines. It had a head, 4 limbs, and a torso. There were also 2 pairs of blood-red wings on its back. However, its body was covered in spikes and purple sarcomas. Its body was swollen and hunched, making it look particularly hideous. Not only did it look like a mutated black ape, but its hands and feet had turned into sharp claws. Even the spine and shoulders on his back had rows of sharp bone spikes protruding from them. Moreover, this monster had a pair of scarlet eyes and a bloody mouth with fangs on its hideous face. No matter how one looked at it, it was a brutal and bloodthirsty beast. However, more than a dozen purple pillars of light extended from the darkness in all directions and bound the black beast like ropes. The purple pillars of light must have been formed by a powerful divine formation combined with the power of this space. The black beast was firmly bound. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape from the darkness. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 32-22. Ji Tianqing finally understood. No wonder before he entered the darkness, the monster attacked him with all its might, but it couldn't cross the stone door. Since the monster was suppressed here, and its movements were restricted, he felt more at ease. While he was sizing up the black beast, it had already furiously attacked dozens of times. However, all the attacks it released passed through Ji Tianqing's transparent figure and dissipated into the darkness. No matter how fierce the attack was, it was useless, it couldn't hurt Ji Tianqing at all. So, the black beast also stopped attacking, calming down and sizing up Ji Tianqing. Seeing it no longer attacking, and silently sizing him up, Ji Tianqing was a little surprised. I thought this monster had lost its mind and went crazy long ago. Although Ji Tianqing was talking to himself, the black ferocious beast clearly understood him. Its body shook, and anger appeared on its face again, its eyes surging with anger and killing intent. Roar! You! Damn! You're a monster, a lunatic. The black beast let out a low, hoarse roar, unclear, and constantly pausing. Ji Tianqing froze for a moment, showing an even more surprised expression. He listened carefully for a moment, before he understood the black beast's meaning. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at the black beast with interest and asked, generally speaking, mythological beasts have intelligence, it's normal for them to speak the language of the gods. But you're obviously not a mythological beast, more like a ferocious beast. Moreover, you've been sealed here for so long, yet you haven't gone crazy. This monarch really wants to know, what are you? You. Damn it. The black beast was enraged again, desperately waving its sharp claws, releasing a world-destroying divine technique, attacking Ji Tianqing. The earth-shattering sharp blades of divine light rained down like a rain of arrows, drowning Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing didn't move, but he wasn't hurt at all. He calmly looked at the black beast, chuckling, "Don't waste your energy, this monarch is invincible." "Impossible." The black beast growled. Its voice was still low and hoarse, but its pronunciation and words were getting clearer and clearer. In this world, there is no such thing as invincible, not even a divine king. Ji Tianqing saw that it was very awake and became more and more interested. He asked, seriously, are you a human or a ghost? Human. The black beast narrowed its eyes, revealing a look of disdain. It said disdainfully, I'm a noble god. I'm not, a lowly human. Ji Tianqing suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to ask, you actually know about the human race? Humph. The black ferocious beast snorted coldly, disdaining to reply. Ji Tianqing asked again, you say you are a celestial, but this sovereign has never seen a celestial as ugly as you. You look more like a mutated beast. The black ferocious beast immediately revealed an angry expression. It bared its teeth and its eyes surged with murderous intent. It was incomparably furious. It raised its claws and subconsciously wanted to attack and tear Ji Tianqing to pieces. However, when it saw Ji Tianqing's transparent figure, a look of helplessness flashed in its eyes and it lowered its claws. It glared at Ji Tianqing with resentment and threatened fiercely, lowly human brat, what's your relationship with Chao Qingyu? Why are you here? Originally, it was suppressed in this dark space and spent tens of thousands of years alone. Its mind was greatly damaged and tortured, and it was on the verge of collapse and madness. When it saw Ji Tianqing appear, it had too much anger and murderous intent to vent. It wanted nothing more than to tear Ji Tianqing to pieces. However, after a series of attacks and exchanges, it gradually calmed down. It also chose to tolerate Ji Tianqing's provocations and insults. That was because it still maintained its rationality and wanted to figure out the relationship between Ji Tianqing and Divine King Azure Jade. Chao Qingyu. Ji Tianqing raised his brows and asked, you're talking about Divine King Azure Jade? The black ferocious beast did not say anything and only nodded. Ji Tianqing replied, it can't be considered a deep relationship. We've only met once, a friendship between gentlemen. The black ferocious beast narrowed its eyes and sized him up vigilantly. It asked, in that case, how did you enter the divine palace and come here? Tell me, did you do something to him? Or do you have other motives? Seeing its reaction, Ji Tianqing was even more puzzled and asked, how strange. If I'm not wrong, this space should be set up by Divine King Azure Jade. You being sealed here should also be his doing. Logically speaking, you should hate him. Why do you seem so concerned about him? What does it have to do with you? The black ferocious beast glared fiercely at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing was not angry. He only wanted to resolve the doubts in his heart and asked probingly, do you remember how many years ago was the last time you saw Chao Qingyu? This question made the black ferocious beast fall into silence. After pondering for a moment, it said faintly, I can't remember clearly. It should be very, very long, right? Maybe a few hundred years, or a few thousand years. Anyway, I'm often in a deep sleep. What does this have to do with anything? Ji Tianqing frowned slightly and vaguely guessed the relationship between the black ferocious beast and Divine King Azure Jade seemed a little complicated and subtle. Therefore, he asked, you seem to be waiting for him? The black ferocious beast was silent for a moment before nodding. Waiting for him for what? Ji Tianqing asked again. The black ferocious beast continued to be silent and hesitated for a moment before answering, waiting for him to come back and save me. Save you? Ji Tianqing's brows furrowed even higher, only finding it hard to believe. It was clearly him who sealed you here, making you suffer torment and devastation. How can he possibly save you? The black ferocious beast showed an angry look again and roared, what the hell do you know? Ji Tianqing laughed from extreme anger and said, you monster, why are you angry again? Can't you talk nicely? The black ferocious beast's breathing was heavy, glaring at him fiercely for a long time before dispelling the anger in its chest. At this time, Ji Tianqing's divine sense probed that there was a hubbub outside the divine palace's gates. Several dozen factions divine lord powerhouses seemed to be making a ruckus, wanting to barge into Azure Jade Divine Palace. He was secretly anxious in his heart and did not waste time anymore, saying very bluntly, no matter what relationship you have with Divine King Azure Jade, this Lord can tell you with certainty. You don't have to wait anymore, he won't come back. Because he has already disappeared for 10,000 years and there is still no news of him to date. Perhaps, he has long died in a foreign land. Without waiting for Ji Tianqing to finish speaking, the black ferocious beast was stunned, revealing a look of disbelief. After being stunned for a moment, it completely erupted with rage and roared hysterically, "No! This is impossible! Don't you talk nonsense! He's already a peerless divine king, who can kill him? He swore to me that he will definitely come back to save me. He absolutely won't abandon me. You despicable bastard, don't think of lying to me." This time, the black ferocious beast was too agitated, losing its reason on the spot, falling into a berserk state. It erupted with power without regard for anything, releasing a world-destroying cold death energy, launching a frenzied attack at Ji Tianqing. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 32-23. Ji Tianqing could clearly feel it. This time, the black beast was too agitated and it was completely overwhelmed by anger. It had completely lost all sense of reason as it desperately released its powerful divine power and unleashed its most powerful attack. Although Ji Tianqing was in the infinite sky of turbidity state and his body had merged with the green jade palace, he would not be hurt. But this was only temporary. The black beast's attack was too ferocious and its power was too strong. Ji Tianqing had to expend even more energy to maintain the infinite sky of turbidity state. If he did not think of a way to stop the black beast from going berserk, he could at most hold on for a quarter of an hour before he could not maintain the infinite sky of turbidity state. After all, the black beast's power was comparable to a first-degree divine king. Ji Tianqing began to dodge and evade the black beast's ferocious attacks. At the same time, he unleashed his remarkable ability and shot out dozens of divine light pillars to suppress the berserk black beast. But the black beast was darting left and right in the boundless darkness and it was difficult to catch its figure. Ji Tianqing's sealing divine ability wouldn't be effective for a while. If he wanted to subdue the black beast, it would be difficult to do so without a day's time. At the same time, outside the Green Jade Palace, the battle in the Sea of Clouds suddenly stopped. Although the first round of battle was coming to an end, there were 42 forces who took part in the battle and 21 forces won while the other 21 forces were eliminated. No matter if they lost or won, they had paid a huge price. They were seriously injured and had used up too much energy. Only the top 10 sects and families and the 8 forces who had not taken part in the battle still retained their powers. By right, the battle should continue. By the time the first round of battle ended, 25 forces would have been eliminated. But just as the strong practitioners were in the midst of the battle, someone suddenly sensed that there was an abnormal situation in the Green Jade Palace. The Green Jade Palace, which was supposed to be dead silent, was actually emitting a loud sound. It sounded like a battle between strong practitioners and the explosion of divine powers colliding. There were also vigorous divine powers fluctuations. Instantly, many Sir God experts were filled with shock as they revealed an expression of disbelief. They all released their divine senses and through the Green Jade Palace's door, they investigated the situation inside. Not long after, another deafening sound came from the depths of the divine palace, accompanied by a terrifyingly powerful shockwave. Even more than half of the Green Jade Palace was shaking visibly. Under such circumstances, it was clear that there were experts fighting in the Green Jade Palace. However, after the doors of the Green Jade Palace opened, no one entered. Who was fighting in the Green Jade Palace? Could it be that someone had sneaked in? Or were there other cultivators living in the Green Jade Palace? Over 200 Sir Gods who had discovered the anomaly had such thoughts and ideas. Everyone revealed shocked and puzzled expressions and began to whisper to each other. Many people cried out in surprise, causing even more people to notice the abnormality. They began to discuss and speculate about this matter. Naturally, the large competition couldn't continue. Everyone's attention was focused on the Green Jade Palace. No one wanted to continue fighting. There were even many divine lords of small factions that began to curse in grief and indignation. Damn it! We are still fighting desperately here, trying to get the qualifications to enter the divine palace. I didn't expect that someone would beat us to it. That's right. The rules were agreed upon by everyone. We all abide by the rules. However, some people think that they are powerful and broke the rules. Which bastard is so daring to sneak into the divine palace when no one is paying attention? Ha ha ha. Hasn't everyone figured it out? Forces like us with shallow foundations are just cannon fodder to begin with. They are top sects and family clans. They don't even take us seriously. They can toy with us however they want. Other than those few large sects and family clans, who dares to sneak into the divine palace? We have all been treated as fools by them. The so-called fair competition is a complete joke. It's too ironic. Now that things have come to this, what are we still competing for? Everyone, let's go in and find the bastard who sneaked into the divine palace first. That's right. They didn't abide by the rules first. Why should we abide by the rules? We have spent 10 years of time and effort to explore the Green Jade Palace. Why can't we enter? In the beginning, only a small number of Sir Gods were shouting and cursing. Before long, the anger of being bullied and toyed with spread through the crowd. The Divine Lord powerhouses of the dozens of forces were all cursing with righteous indignation. Hundreds of people were shouting in response to the call. This was especially true for the 21 factions that were defeated. According to the rules, they had lost the right to enter the Divine Palace. However, this was a turning point for them. Naturally, they would not let this matter go and take advantage of the situation to make a big deal out of it. They wanted to enter the Divine Palace no matter what. Just like that, a commotion broke out outside the Divine Palace's gates. Although the experts of the dozens of factions did not say who had broken the rules, they were certain that it was the top 10 sects and family clans. Great Yan's imperial family was the most suspicious. Many experts were agitated. They glared at the 10 great sects and family clans. It was as though they were enemies. The 10 great sects and family clans did not expect such an outcome. Even though they did look down on the 40 ordinary powers and had a strong sense of superiority in their hearts. They were the main force in this exploration of the Green Jade Palace. The 40 ordinary factions were destined to be cannon fodder. However, this was only wishful thinking. No expert from any faction dared to sneak into the Green Jade Palace while the others were not paying attention. Even the strongest person present, the patriarch of the Great Yan imperial family, Yan Tiangang, did not dare to do so. Such a thing would surely incur the wrath of the crowd. Seeing the chaotic situation, the crowd grew more and more agitated. In fact, the experts of many factions led hundreds of disciples and elites to charge at the Green Jade Palace's gates. The mighty crowd surged toward the Divine Palace's gates like a flood. Upon seeing this, the 10 great sects and family clans felt helpless. In the end, Great Yan's patriarch, Yan Tiangang, stepped forward and maintained order at the critical moment. Everyone, calm down. Everyone, stop. You're not allowed to barge into the Divine Palace's gates. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Yan Tiangang's tone was imposing as he roared with killing intent. A terrifying divine might erupted and enveloped the Divine Palace's gates. Everyone fell silent immediately. Although the crowd was agitated, they did not lose their minds. Yan Tiangang's reputation was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The crowd was only jeering. Nobody wanted to be the first to stand out. When he saw the crowd had quieted down, Yan Tiangang continued, I can tell you with certainty that no one from the Great Yan imperial family has snuck into the Divine Palace. I also believe that the other 9 great sects and family clans won't be so foolish as to do such a thing. The commotion in the divine palace might not be caused by someone sneaking in. Perhaps, there's an expert inside. In any case, we have to treat this calmly and investigate the truth before making a decision. Chapter 32-24. Yan Tiangang suspected that someone had sneaked into the divine palace to search for treasures. However, when he thought about it, even he did not dare to do so. Who would be so bold? Did they have a death wish? He was certain it was not someone from Great Yan's imperial family. As for the other 9 sects and aristocratic families, they should not be so arrogant. His priority now was to calm the agitated experts and stabilize the situation. As expected, his plan worked. The experts from the 40 factions calmed down and looked at Yan Tiangang in unison. Someone asked loudly, "Patriarch Yan, it's not that we don't believe you, but the truth is right before our eyes. We need an explanation." Someone shouted, "Patriarch Yan, we're allies. We have to enter the divine palace together and investigate the truth. Only then can we convince the masses. If the 10 great sects and aristocratic families enter the divine palace to investigate, we won't believe the results of your investigation without witnessing it with our own eyes." Hearing these words, countless divine lord powerhouses voiced their agreement. Clearly, the 40 factions were causing a ruckus because they wanted to enter the Green Jade Divine Palace. In truth, the truth and outcome of the matter were not that important. Yan Tiangang understood this as well, but there was nothing he could do. If he did not allow the 40 factions to enter the Divine Palace, the more than 10,000 people would definitely go crazy and cause a great disaster. However, if they were allowed to enter, the 20,000 people would swarm into the Divine Palace, and it would be even more chaotic. It would be difficult for the 10 great sects and aristocratic families to obtain any treasures. They might even return empty-handed. When he thought about this, Yan Tiangang felt a headache coming on. He frowned as he thought of a solution. At this moment, Yi Wuji, the sect master of heavenly unity, stepped forward and said with a dignified expression, "Don't worry, everyone. For the sake of fairness, all the factions can enter the divine palace and investigate the truth together. However, everyone knows that this is the Green Jade Divine King's cave abode. Only high-ranked divine lords can enter the divine palace safely and effectively. Those below that realm won't be able to find any clues even if they enter the divine palace. Their lives might even be in danger. Moreover, if everyone swarms in, it'll definitely cause chaos and cause more trouble." When Yi Wuji said this, the experts of the dozens of forces all understood what he meant. The divine lords of the various factions agreed with this statement and were willing to accept it. However, someone raised a question. "Sect Master Yi, what you said makes sense. We are all willing to accept it. However, for the sake of fairness, the 10 great sects and aristocratic families must also be treated equally." This person's meaning was that the 40 factions would only send powerhouses above middle-level divine lords to enter the divine palace to investigate the truth. The remaining elite forces were left outside the gates of the divine palace. The top 10 sects and clans should also do the same. They should let their disciples stay outside the divine palace and only allow the strong ones to enter. This request was approved by dozens of factions. Countless divine lord powerhouses also voiced their agreement. Yi Wuji furrowed his brows. He looked displeased and his eyes were cold. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he could not flare up and could only forcefully suppress his anger. At this moment, Yan Tiangang spoke, agreeing to this condition. "Everyone, don't worry. Sect Master Ye's suggestion is reasonable. Naturally, everyone will abide by it and treat everyone equally." Yan Tiangang's reply could be considered as a final decision. The matter was thus decided. The elite forces and disciples of the various forces all stopped outside the gate of the divine palace and waited patiently. All of the high divine lords, regardless of whether they were injured or not, hurried to gather at the gates of the divine palace. More than 300 high divine lords were divided into 50 teams. It was clear that there were more than 10 high divine lords from each of the top 10 sects and clans. As for the 40 ordinary factions, there were usually only 3 to 5 high divine lords. A few could reach 6 or 7. After the 50 teams had gathered, everyone was filled with anticipation. Yan Tiangang did not waste any time. He said to the elite forces of the dozens of factions, "All of you, stay outside the divine palace. No matter what, don't enter the divine palace to avoid any accidents." Then, he looked at the high divine lords around him. He waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his palms and released his divine power, pushing open the gates of the divine palace. Creak! 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 With a series of muffled sounds, the tall gates opened to both sides, revealing a wide gate. Yan Tiangang led the 15 high divine lords of the great Yan imperial family through the gate and into the Green Jade Palace. Immediately after, the experts of the top 10 sects and clans entered the Green Jade Palace as well. Naturally, the high divine lords of the 40 factions could not fall behind. They immediately followed. More than 300 high divine lords flew majestically through the air, heading straight for the plaza and the main hall. Although most of the high divine lords were heavily injured and weak, they were able to enter the divine palace. However, they were able to enter the divine palace as they wished. Their spirits were lifted, and they were very excited. After entering the divine palace, they looked around and observed with curiosity and anticipation. The intricacies and layout of the divine palace filled them with anticipation and admiration. The high divine lords also coveted the gemstones used in the plaza and the stone path. Many people stopped in their tracks. They took out their weapons and tools and started digging for the gemstones and gemstones. This scene caused Yan Tiangang, Yi Wuji, and the others to shake their heads inwardly. They sneered disdainfully. The experts of the top 10 sects and clans also had expressions of disdain and mockery on their faces. Just as they passed through the plaza and were about to enter the main hall to investigate the situation, a deafening sound came from the palaces behind the main hall. Pitch-black cold air surged into the sky. Violent shockwaves swept through the surrounding palaces. More than half of Green Jade Divine Palace violently shook a few more times. This situation caused the 300 high divine lords to tense up. They all looked towards the depths of the divine palace. "Let's go and see what's going on." Yan Tiangang immediately made a decision. He gave up on investigating the main hall and headed straight for the source of the sound. He led the way, and the divine lords of the dozens of factions followed him into the depths of the divine palace. Interestingly, there were only 120 high divine lords flying towards the location of the incident. The remaining 200 high divine lords remained in the plaza and did not leave. They were all heavily injured and looked very wretched. They were also very weak. These people knew their limits and did not investigate the situation at all. Instead, they stayed in the plaza and dug for gemstones. The 200 or so people began to dig as quickly as they could. The originally clean and tidy plaza, which was flickering with divine light, was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, Yan Tiangang led the 120 high divine lords to Green Jade Divine King's residence. More than half of the residence had already collapsed and turned into ruins. A pitch-black hole could be seen amidst the ruins. Black cold air constantly poured out of it. There were low roars of beasts and loud booms coming from the hole. Chapter 32-25. Hearing the roar from underground, Yan Tiangang and the others' expressions changed. The experts looked at each other, the same thought appearing in their minds. Could it be that the roar from underground belongs to the guardian beast of Green Jade Palace? Some bastard snuck into the palace and was discovered by the guardian beast, causing them to fight? Based on the current situation, this conjecture was the most logical. Almost all of the Divine Lord experts were certain of this answer. Yan Tiangang waved his hand without hesitation and ordered, "Everyone, follow." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized dark gold heavy sword and led the way into the pitch-black hole in the ruins. The dozen or so experts of the imperial family hurriedly followed. The high divine lords of the various sects and families also took out their weapons and followed into the hole. The pitch-black hole was originally a narrow passage that connected to an underground secret room. However, the passage had long since collapsed and was filled with rocks. The ground was also filled with cracks. Yan Tiangang and the other Divine Lord experts used the earth escape technique and followed the broken passage to 1,000 feet underground. What appeared in front of them was a pitch-black stone door that was filled with cracks. Everyone knew at a glance that there was definitely a secret room behind this stone door. And the source of the fighting also came from here. After all, the low roars and explosions, as well as the endless black cold air, all came from the cracks in the stone door. Yan Tiangang swung his sword and sent out dozens of light blades that slashed at the black stone door, wanting to break it open. However, the bright sword lights all collapsed. The stone door shook violently a few times but did not shatter. Seeing this, Yan Tiangang could not help but frown and say, "The material of this secret room's stone door is a quasi-king level divine item. It is abnormally precious. With my strength, I am unable to break it open. We can only break the array on the stone door to open the door to this secret room." Yi Wuji and the other sect masters and patriarchs took turns to test it. The result was obvious. If even Yan Tiangang could not break open the stone door, they would not be able to either. Helpless, the top experts could only patiently study the divine array on the stone door and find a way to break it. More than 100 high divine lords also spread out underground, surrounding the stone door. Everyone clenched their swords and Kenshin soldiers. They held their breaths and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, in the boundless darkness, Ji Tianqing was still dealing with the black beast. The black ferocious beast had entered a berserk state and was attacking ferociously without stopping. It was impossible for it to regain its rationality in a short period of time. Perhaps it would only calm down when its divine power was exhausted. In the beginning, Ji Tianqing had planned to use his sealing ability to suppress the violent black beast. However, he discovered that the black ferocious beast was too violent, and its strength was too shocking. Without half a day to a day, it would be very difficult for him to suppress the black ferocious beasts. Soon after, he detected that Yan Tiangang and the others were rushing into the Green Jade Palace. There were a total of more than 300 high-level divine lords, and most of them were heavily injured. They remained in the plaza and the surroundings of the main hall, busy searching for treasures. The remaining 120 or so high-level divine lords were all perfectly preserved. Under Yan Tiangang's lead, they headed straight for the underground chamber. Seeing this situation, Ji Tianqing changed his strategy without hesitation. He no longer used arts to suppress the ferocious beast. Instead, he explored the divine formation in the darkness and observed the dozen or so chains of purple light. That's right. This dark space was formed by several king-level divine formations. The incomparably powerful power of the formations gathered into a dozen or so chains of purple light that firmly bound the black ferocious beast. Because of the chains of purple light, the black ferocious beast could only stay in the darkness and could not leave this space. Once those chains of purple light broke and disappeared, the black ferocious beast would lose its restraints. The consequences would be unimaginable. And what Ji Tianqing needed to do was to destroy those chains of purple light. He keenly discovered that the chains of purple light were somewhat dim and their power was also somewhat weak. Clearly, after 10,000 years, the divine formation that maintained this dark space was weakening. As the black ferocious beast struggled, the chains of purple light swayed incessantly, their light flickering. Without a doubt, the chains of purple light were rapidly depleting their power. Ji Tianqing quickly saw the structure of the divine formation and understood the origin of the chains of purple light as well as the routes of power transmission. Therefore, he avoided the attacks of the black ferocious beast as he used arts to break the divine formation. Swish swish swish. He formed a divine art with both hands and continuously sent out tens of thousands of dazzling divine light into the divine formation. One by one, the veins of the formation were severed by him. The energy transmission routes of the chains of purple light were also severed by him. The dozen or so chains of purple light were dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their power was also weakening rapidly. In a short 100 breaths of time, the first chain of purple light disappeared. Then, the second chain of purple light also dimmed and gradually dissipated. As time passed, the chains of purple light disappeared one after another. The black ferocious beast was no longer bound and became even more violent. Its power was no longer suppressed and its attacks became even more ferocious. Half an hour later, Ji Tianqing severed 10 chains of purple light in succession. The last 4 chains were tied to the black ferocious beast's legs and waist. Ji Tianqing stopped casting arts and muttered to himself, with its strength, it will be able to break the remaining 4 chains of purple light very quickly. On the other hand, Yan Tiangang and the group of divine lords outside the stone door are really disappointing. Half an hour has passed and they still haven't figured out the formation on the stone door. No, I have to help them in order to complete this show. Ji Tianqing's lips curled into a mocking sneer as he turned around and flew towards the stone door at the edge of the darkness. He formed a divine art with both hands and sent out tens of thousands of divine light into the stone door. He had broken the divine formation on this stone door before. At this moment, he waved his hand and cast arts, directly closing the divine formation on the stone door. Without the protection of the divine formation, the pitch-black stone door was incomparably fragile and was immediately pushed open by Yan Tiangang and the others. Whoosh! The stone door opened wide and a wild black cold energy gushed out like a flood, drowning the many divine lords present. Yan Tiangang and the other experts were shocked. They instinctively retreated and used all their strength to resist the cold energy's invasion. Most of the divine lords were lucky enough to survive. Only a dozen or so unlucky divine lords were frozen into dregs by the black cold energy and shattered into fine powder on the ground. This result caused the divine lords' hearts to palpitate and they were extremely terrified. After everyone calmed down, Yan Tiangang led a large group of experts through the stone door and into the dark space. At this time, Ji Tianqing had already entered stealth mode and was hiding in a corner of the dark space. Yan Tiangang and the other divine lords' minds were a little chaotic after the attack just now. They were only focused on searching and guarding against the guardian divine beasts and didn't notice Ji Tianqing's existence at all. Chapter 32-26. Yan Tiangang led the many Sir Gods through the stone door and into the dark space. Everyone scanned the area with their divine senses and saw a black ferocious beast that was 10 meters tall in the depths of the darkness. That ferocious beast was very similar to the god race. It had 4 limbs, a head, and a pair of wings on its back. However, its body was covered in thick and hard fur. There were also barbs on its back and shoulders. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. Yan Tiangang and the 100 Sir Gods couldn't possibly equate it with the god race. When everyone saw the appearance of the black ferocious beast, they were all stunned. They revealed strange expressions and exclaimed. Found it. It's over there. This is the guardian divine beast of Green Jade Palace. Why doesn't it look like it? Which divine beast isn't majestic? How can it be like this one? It looks so ferocious and terrifying. We have misunderstood. That's not the guardian divine beast. It's a ferocious beast that was suppressed here. Yes. This dark space is formed by the divine array. Look at that ferocious beast. There are still a few divine light chains on its body, restricting its movements. The Sir Gods only saw it clearly after a few top experts pointed it out. That black ferocious beast was indeed chained and its movements were restricted. It was in a frenzy, releasing deathly cold energy and divine power with all its might. It was attacking randomly without any pattern. At the same time, it was still trying to break free from the divine light chains with all its might. Yen Tiangang and the 100 Sir Gods all entered the dark space. Everyone held their weapons warily and formed a huge encirclement around the black ferocious beast. The black ferocious beast also sensed the abnormality and sensed danger approaching. It stopped attacking randomly and started to retract its divine power. It stared at the Sir Gods with murderous intent and took a defensive stance. Yen Tiangang wasn't in a hurry to attack. He still released his divine sense to search the dark space. The ferocious beast is suppressed here. It wouldn't go berserk for no reason and it wouldn't destroy the passage outside the stone door. Someone must have barged in and angered the ferocious beast. However, where is the intruder? Yen Tiangang insisted that a top Sir God expert had barged into Green Jade Palace and fought with the ferocious beast here. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the pair. Yi Wuji and the leaders of the large sects and families also released their immortal will and searched the entire dark space with secret arts. In the end, they searched the entire dark space within a radius of 10,000 miles, but they still couldn't find Ji Tianqing. When no one was paying attention, Ji Tianqing quietly moved to the exit. As long as he crossed the broken stone door, he would be able to leave the dark space. However, even though Yen Tiangang hadn't sensed his aura, his sixth sense had taken effect. He vaguely felt a little strange and turned his head to look at the stone door. Ji Tianqing hurriedly stopped and held his breath, trying his best to restrain his soul and aura to avoid being detected by Yen Tiangang. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the black beast helped Ji Tianqing. It struggled with all its might and finally broke the purple light chain that was tied to its ankle. Crack! With a crisp explosion, the 100-mile-long chain of purple light shattered into pieces and scattered into the darkness. There were only 2 chains left on the black beast's body and they were tied to its waist. Its seal had been lifted further and its power had been released to a greater extent, so it struggled even more fiercely. The remaining 2 chains of purple light were also trembling violently and flashing with divine light. It wouldn't be long before those 2 chains also broke. By then, the black beast would be free and would definitely start a massacre. Thinking of this, Yen Tiangang dispelled the doubts in his heart. He no longer cared about the abnormality at the stone door and focused all his attention on the black beast. That beast will soon break free. Once it regains its freedom, it will definitely start a massacre. We must strike first to gain the initiative. We must not give it a chance to kill. Everyone, let's kill it first. Yi Wuji and the leaders of the other sects also had the same idea. Judging by how fierce and bloodthirsty that beast was, it would definitely kill the innocent after it regained its freedom. If so, they might as well strike first and gain the upper hand. So, many divine lords agreed with Yen Tiangang's order. Everyone, let's attack together. That beast is very strong. We must work together to kill it. If we don't kill it, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Kill! Following the shouts of the experts, the 100 or so upper divine lords all brandished their divine weapons and began to surround and attack the black ferocious beast. Swish! 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 Many divine lords used their ultimate skills and exploded with vast divine power, releasing divine art light that blotted out the sky. Thousands of sword and saber lights and crisscrossing divine art phantoms enveloped the black beast like a flood. No matter how strong the Black Beast was, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of more than 100 high-level Divine Lords. At this moment of life and death, the Black Beast became even angrier and more violent. Its eyes turned scarlet and seemed to be on fire. It was completely enraged and its mind was completely taken over by anger and killing intent. Unless it killed all the Divine Lords present, its anger would not be quelled. Facing the divine art phantoms that blotted out the sky, it retreated as fast as it could. At the same time, it cleverly used the 2 purple light chains to protect itself. Bam! 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 In the next instant, hundreds of Abhijina's light projections blasted it, shattering the purple chains into pieces. Even though it was sent flying, it only suffered light injuries. However, the 2 purple light chains binding it were completely destroyed. Without its restraints, it regained its freedom and its strength reached its maximum. Roar! When the divine art phantoms once again attacked, it let out a murderous roar and launched a counterattack. Swish! Black light flashed. The Black Beast vanished from its original spot and appeared 500 miles away, teleporting behind several Divine Lords. Swish! Blood flashed. The Black Beast waved its razor-sharp claws and swept them at the Divine Lords. Those Divine Lords couldn't dodge in time and were torn to pieces by its claws. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew as shrill screams echoed in the darkness. Stimulated by the blood and slaughter, the Black Beast became even more frenzied and its strength reached its maximum. It once again teleported away, dodging the attacks of the crowd. Then, it began to attack the several high Divine Lords 100 miles away. Many Divine Lords were scared out of their wits. They cried out in alarm and dodged in panic. Only Yen Tiangang and the leaders of the major sects were able to remain calm. They continued to close in on the Black Beast and locked onto its divine soul aura. Soon, they found an opportunity to attack and decisively attack the Black Beast. Chapter 32-27. Although the Black Beast was surrounded by Yen Tiangang and the others, it was temporarily stopped. It charged left and right with all its might, but it was unable to break through the encirclement of so many experts. However, this result did not excite them. Because before this, the 2 sides had only fought for a short while, and more than 20 upper Divine Lords had died under the claws of the Black Beast. Its strength was extremely terrifying, even stronger than the peak Divine Lord Yen Tiangang. It could be said that it had already surpassed the Divine Lord realm. However, it had not reached the Divine King realm. Right now, it was between the Divine Lord realm and the Divine King realm, so it was difficult to estimate its strength. In short, it was extremely dangerous. The 70 or so upper Divine Lords who had survived all had grave expressions and were filled with worry. However, the battle had already begun, and they could not retreat. Right now, they could only follow Yen Tiangang and the other leaders and attack the Black Beast with all their strength. Everyone used all their strength and unleashed their ultimate moves, wanting to tear the Black Beast into pieces. The Black Beast was not simple either. It unleashed power comparable to a divine king and used the dark space within 10,000 miles to create a huge black whirlpool to protect itself. Many divine arts released by the Divine Lords were swallowed by the black whirlpool and were unable to harm it. Under the encirclement of so many Divine Lords, it stubbornly held on for 100 breaths, and its injuries continued to worsen. However, in the end, it still found an opening. At the cost of being heavily injured, it successfully broke through the encirclement, leaving behind a sky full of black blood. Whoosh! Once the Black Beast broke free, it could no longer be encircled. It moved through the dark space like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably as it attacked the Divine Lords with all its might. Even though Yen Tiangang, Yi Wuji, and the others tried their best to stop it, they were unable to encircle it. On the other hand, more than 20 of the 70 upper Divine Lords were killed. At this point, more than half of the Divine Lords had died, but they were still unable to kill the black beast. The surviving divine monarchs all felt anxious and hopeless. They had a bad premonition. Yan Tiangang and the other top experts quickly gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Someone suggested that they should stick together and not split up to fight against the black beast. Someone suggested retreating and not fighting in the dark. After all, this was the home ground of the black vicious beasts. There were also people who suggested to summon the 200 Sir gods near the plaza and the main hall to provide support. However, only 2 of these suggestions were more practical and could be considered. They could either fight as a group or retreat outside to fight. When Yan Tiangang was faced with a choice, he only waited for a moment before deciding to fight as a group and defend against the black ferocious beast's attacks with all his strength. This move was indeed effective. With more than 50 high divine lords gathered together and arranged themselves into a battle formation, their power had indeed increased explosively. Yan Tiangang, Yi Wuji, and the others were 9th stage realm peak god monarchs. As the core of the battle array, they were even more powerful. No matter how the black ferocious beast attacked or how it used all sorts of divine abilities and secret arts, it was unable to kill another divine lord. Seeing this scene, the dozens of high-level divine lords heaved a sigh of relief, their hearts much calmer. However, the black beast gradually calmed down. Seeing that everyone had gathered together to defend, it stopped attacking and turned around to fly away. Shwa! It turned into a streak of black light, passed through the dark space, and flew towards the stone door at the exit. The expressions of Yan Tiangang and the other divine lords changed as they cried out in alarm. Not good. It's about to escape. This is bad. There are still more than 200 divine lords outside and they are all injured. That ferocious beast is about to go on a killing spree. Quickly stop it. Once it leaves the palace and starts a massacre in the sea of clouds, the consequences will be unimaginable. The leaders of the various large forces were all flustered. As they shouted loudly, they hurriedly rushed towards the exit to execute their techniques to stop the black ferocious beast. However, the black ferocious beast's speed was extremely fast. After it passed through the stone door, it speedily flew out of the underground ruins and appeared in the sky. It was surrounded by pitch-black deathly cold air as it stood quietly in the sky, surveying the surroundings. Seeing the once familiar green jade palace turn into what it was today, its eyes dimmed a little. The once magnificent palace was now covered in dust and the divine light dimmed. The palace which was once bustling with people and had many guards and servants had now become dead silent and desolate. A sense of sadness welled up in its heart. It was slightly dejected as it subconsciously shook its head and muttered to itself, "Why? You have never broken your promise to anyone, but now you have broken your promise to me. Thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Have you forgotten the oath you once made? Why didn't you come back for me? Have you regretted it? Have you really abandoned me? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you make me wait for 10,000 years?" At this moment, the black ferocious beast did not seem like a ferocious and bloodthirsty beast. It was more like a resentful woman who had been abandoned and let down. It was venting the resentment in its heart like a maniac. At the beginning, it was still muttering to itself. In the end, it had become a hysterical roar. However, not far from it was the main palace and the square in front of the palace. More than 200 divine lords had already dug up the square and turned it into ruins. Now, many of the divine lords had spread out and were searching for treasures in the various palaces. They were rummaging through chests and cabinets, digging 3 feet into the ground. As they crazily searched for treasures, they left behind a mess. Suddenly, someone heard the black ferocious beast's roar and could not help but exclaim and shout to alert others. "Everyone, look! There's a ferocious beast in the sky. Is that the guardian divine beast of the palace? Let's tame it and bring it back to the sect to be the guardian divine beast. Oh my God! That's not a divine beast. It's obviously a ferocious beast. Everyone, be careful. That ferocious beast's murderous aura is very strong. Many divine lords stopped searching for treasures. They took out their divine weapons and were on guard against the black ferocious beast in the sky. The ferocious beast roared a few times. After venting the resentment in its heart, its gaze landed on the many divine lords. Its eyes were cold and it muttered in a sinister tone, "You bunch of despicable thieves and greedy vermin. I'll bury all of you here." As its voice fell, it turned into a beam of black light and swept towards the square. Before the black light arrived, it had already released an earth-shattering divine power. It scattered thousands of blood-red light blades and shadows of beasts, enveloping more than 20 divine lords. The 20 divine lords were severely injured. They had a premonition that death was coming and they fled in a panic. However, their speed was still too slow. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red light blades and shadows of beasts covered the sky and the earth and drowned them. After a loud rumble, more than 20 Sir Gods were killed on the spot. Not only were their divine bodies blasted into smithereens, even their godheads were blasted into smithereens. Such a shocking scene made the surrounding 200 Sir Gods shudder in fear. They were extremely terrified. Countless people cried out in alarm and desperately retreated into the distance. However, the black ferocious beast attacked again and killed groups of divine lords at lightning speed. Chapter 32-28. The situation was just as Yen Tiangang had expected. The black beast started a massacre in the Green Jade Palace, crazily slaughtering the injured god lords. With the plaza and the main palace as the center, the area within 100 miles was its hunting ground. The 200 injured god lords had no power to fight back. They were all killed instantly by the black beast's sharp claws. In just 20 breaths, more than 40 god lords had turned to dust. The surviving god lords were terrified and desperate as they desperately tried to escape. Fortunately, Yen Tiangang, Yi Wuji, and the others arrived above the plaza in time. More than 50 upper god lords attacked at the same time to stop the crazily killing black beast. The two sides fought in the sky, chasing, intercepting and breaking out of the encirclement. Seeing Yen Tiangang, Yi Wuji and the others holding back the black ferocious beast, the 100 or so god sovereigns who had survived finally showed expressions of relief. They finally understood that the Green Jade Palace wasn't easy to explore. If they didn't get rid of the black beast, they wouldn't be able to get any treasures. Therefore, many god lords gathered their courage and joined Yen Tiangang and the others to stop the beast. Most of the god lords felt that their injuries were too serious and it was better not to join in the fun. They stayed away from the plaza and the main palace and watched the battle from the sidelines. When Yen Tiangang and the others were fighting the black beast, Ji Tianqing quietly left the dark space. Killing Yen Tiangang and the other god lords wasn't his goal. Killing the black beast wasn't his goal either. He came to the Green Jade Palace this time to find some king-level divine artifacts and materials. Therefore, he didn't stay in the dark space and didn't even care about the result of the battle. He quietly left. After returning to the ground, he remained invisible and started to observe the layout of the palace. Green Jade Divine King's residence had been destroyed and turned into a mess of ruins. With the ruins as the center, there were palaces and residences within 100 miles. Ji Tianqing roughly observed it once and made a judgment in his heart. There are so many palaces and residences that at least 100,000 people can live in them. But even at its peak, the Green Jade Palace couldn't have 100,000 people. So, those palaces and residences are just decorations. There's no need for me to waste time searching those places. Even God King Azurjade's residence did not have many valuable treasures, much less the unimportant palaces around it. Ji Tianqing pondered for a moment before his gaze finally landed 100 miles away. Within 100 miles, there were houses and buildings, and 100 miles to the north, there was actually a dark green mountain. Even though it had been 10,000 years, the mountain peak was still lush and green. Towering ancient trees grew on the mountain, and a thick layer of fallen leaves and rotten branches piled up on the ground. Obviously, the trees would also wither and flourish over the course of 10,000 years in order to survive. Ji Tianqing probed with his divine sense and saw a flat grassland behind the 1,000-foot-tall mountain. The grassland extended for 100 miles, and there was a lake as clear as a mirror. On the other side of the lake, there were 2 mountain ranges and several mountain peaks. Such an elegant environment made people feel relaxed and happy. Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, there are mountains and grasslands in the divine palace. This should be a grotto heaven created by God King Green Jade. Since I can't find treasures in the palace, why don't I go to the other side of the mountain to take a look? Making up his mind, Ji Tianqing quietly flew across the sky and entered the mountain range. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were a total of 9 majestic mountain ranges and 100 lofty mountain peaks. The various mountain peaks were all lush and green. Although there were all kinds of trees and flowers, fruits, and medicinal herbs, there were no birds or beasts. Instead, some ancient trees that had grown for over 10,000 years actually gave birth to intelligence and started cultivating. Naturally, these ancient trees became tree demons. And because their strength reached true God and celestial deity realm, they were all tree gods. Ji Tianqing flew over the mountain range and discovered a total of 6 tree gods. He originally wanted to find those tree gods to ask about the situation. But he thought about it again, those few tree gods' intelligence was not high. They might not know about the matters from 10,000 years ago, so there was also no need to ask. In the end, Ji Tianqing flew out 10,000 miles and arrived at the end of the mountain range. That was a giant mountain that was 10,000 feet tall. Above the mountainside was shrouded in clouds. That was the edge of this grotto heaven, and also the deepest part. Ji Tianqing used his divine sense to investigate and unexpectedly discovered that there was actually a stone house at the peak of the giant mountain. It was a simple stone house with a radius of 1,000 feet. It was built with millstone-sized rocks. There was no exquisite design, nor was there any luxurious divine stone embellishment. It was filled with a strong primitive style and also seemed somewhat boorish. Could that stone house be God King Greenjade's true residence? This thought flashed across Ji Tianqing's mind as he vaguely looked forward to it. He stepped into the sky and teleported to the peak of the giant mountain, landing in front of the stone house. The stone house was indeed in its primitive state. There were no decorations, not even a defensive divine array. Ji Tianqing did not need to break the array. He directly entered the stone house and began to investigate the situation. The stone house was divided into 3 rooms. On the left was a secret room. The ground and the rocks on the walls were engraved with array patterns and embedded with many godly stones, forming a mysterious godly array. Ji Tianqing used the divine eye mystic technique to look and revealed a look of surprise. It's actually a time divine array. That kid Chao Qingyu had just broken through to God King not long ago, but he grasped time divine ability. The divine array in the secret room had the effect of accelerating time. The flow of time in the array was 3 times faster than the outside world. It was convenient for him to cultivate in seclusion. After the shock, Ji Tianqing thought about it and felt that it was not very likely. At most, he cultivated some kind of time divine ability. It's impossible for him to grasp time laws. After all, I was a peak god king back then, but I also did not completely grasp time laws. After dispelling this thought, Ji Tianqing observed the second room. The room in the middle should be God King Greenjade's study. There was only a stone chair and a stone table inside. There were many layers carved into the walls. Over 100 jade slips were scattered on the stone table. They were clearly old and covered in dust. There were also many treasure boxes, golden paper, jade slips, and so on stored in the layers on the walls. Ji Tianqing casually picked up a few jade slips and used his divine sense to read the information inside. It turned out that those jade slips recorded all kinds of divine abilities and mystic techniques, as well as all kinds of alchemy, medicine refinement, and array formation methods. Ji Tianqing guessed that God King Green Jade usually stayed in this room to study all kinds of divine abilities and mystic techniques. He gathered all kinds of knowledge in the world, wanting to create his own king-class divine ability supreme skill. Putting down those jade slips, he stepped into the third room. There was a divine array set up in this room. It was clearly for alchemy and artifact refinement. The center of the array formation was empty. The pill furnace that should have been there was clearly taken away by God King Green Jade. There were many layers on the walls. Inside were treasure boxes and all kinds of alchemy and artifact refinement materials. When Ji Tianqing successfully found a set of king-class artifact refinement materials among the treasure boxes, he revealed a gratified smile. Galaxy Golden Sand. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 32-29. Galaxy Golden Sand was a true God King level material. This item only existed in the extraterritorial starry sky, in the galaxy formed by millions of stars. Many stars would age and die, shattering into countless meteorites and debris, rapidly flowing in the galaxy. During this process, the meteorites and debris would burn, constantly removing the impurities, and their volume would become smaller and smaller. In the end, all the impurities would be exhausted, leaving only the purest sand and rock. This was the true Galaxy Golden Sand. This item was not easy to obtain. It usually took hundreds or thousands of years to find. Most importantly, only God King level experts who entered the extraterritorial starry sky could find this item. Therefore, Galaxy Golden Sand was very rare and precious. Even if some sects and families offered a sky-high price of 100 billion God stones, they could not buy this God King level material. After all, the value of this material could no longer be measured by God stones. Ji Tianqing held the ancient bronze treasure box in his hands and looked at the 3 jade bottles in the treasure box with a gratified smile on his face. The 3 crystal clear jade bottles were filled with fine sand that shone with golden light, exuding extremely pure and rich star power. At first glance, the 3 jade bottles were only the size of a palm and could not contain much Galaxy Golden Sand. But in reality, these 3 jade bottles were also divine artifacts. The space inside was very large. Ji Tianqing wanted to use the Galaxy Golden Sand to refine the Burial of Heaven sword and improve the quality of the Burial of Heaven sword. He only needed the Galaxy Golden Sand in 1 jade bottle. The remaining 2 jade bottles contained Galaxy Golden Sand, which could be used to refine other God King level divine artifacts in the future. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Ji Tianqing closed the treasure box and kept it in his interspatial ring. He picked up one treasure box after another and opened it to check the materials in the treasure box. In the entire room, there were more than 150 treasure boxes. In each treasure box, there were 1 or 2 elixir refinement and weapon refinement materials. Most of the materials were top-grade monarch grade. They were also priceless treasures. From these elixir refinement and weapon refinement materials, Ji Tianqing found another 2 sets of God King level materials. One set of black extreme source Qi quintessential essence, and the other set of 30,000-year-old divine dragon spine. These 2 sets of God King level materials could both be used to refine divine pills and divine artifacts. With these 3 God King level materials, Ji Tianqing's goal would be achieved. This trip would not have been in vain. Moreover, the other 150 treasure boxes were filled with top-grade monarch level materials. Of course, Ji Tianqing would take them all. He would never leave them for the experts of the various forces. After ransacking the alchemy room, Ji Tianqing returned to the study in the middle. There were hundreds of jade slips scattered on the stone table. He checked them one by one with his divine sense. He also patiently checked the golden papers and jade slips in the compartments of the walls. This process was a little slow, and it also consumed a lot of mental and physical energy. It took Ji Tianqing nearly 2 hours to finish reading all the contents of the golden paper and jade slips. The situation was just as he had expected. Those jade slips recorded more than 8,000 kinds of magical powers and secret techniques. And, all of them were top-notch magical powers of the monarch grade. Regardless of whether it was ultimate killing moves, inner strength mental cultivation methods, or alchemy and formation techniques, God King Azure Jade did not reject any of them. He had been in seclusion for many years in the secret room, studying the 8,000 kinds of magical powers and secret techniques. He wanted to create a king-level magical power. In order to create a set of king-level magical powers, he worked day and night, year after year. He poured all his effort into it. In the process of deducing and creating his own magical powers, he was so focused and immersed that he forgot to eat and sleep. He had entered a state of madness. Almost every few days, he would have new ideas and discoveries. He would immediately record them on the golden paper. However, as time passed, he had to eliminate many of his ideas after analyzing and deducing. Although God King Azure Jade did his best, the result was regrettable. He had been studying in this secret room for more than 500 years, but he still failed. He had worked hard for more than 500 years and tried nearly 100,000 times. He had tens of thousands of ideas and ideas. However, in the end, he still could not create the king-level magical power that he wanted. This was because he needed a king-level magical power cultivation method that had the effect of transforming the divine body, bloodline, and soul. At the same time, this king-level magical power cultivation method had the effect of healing and could help the cultivator break through to the godly king realm. It's no wonder God King Azure Jade failed with such a complicated request. Ji Tianqing could not help but murmur after he finished reading the golden paper and jade bamboo slips in the study room. However, Chao Qingyu had already broken through to the godly king realm. Why did he have to do this? He could have comprehended and created some king-level magical powers to increase his strength. Why did he have to create such a complicated magical power cultivation method and help the cultivator break through to the godly king realm? Could it be that his original intention of creating a king-level magical power was not for himself, but for someone else? This thought flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and was 80% confident. Creating a king-level magical power for someone else. Who is worthy of him spending hundreds of years on? Is it his family, his best friend, or his cultivation partner? Ji Tianqing analyzed silently. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. However, in order to confirm his answer, he carefully recalled the contents of the golden paper and jade bamboo slips. He vaguely remembered that in the vast sea of information, there seemed to be a few mentions of his original intention of creating a magical power cultivation method. Soon, Ji Tianqing found a few key pieces of information in the vast sea of memories. I can't let her down. I have to succeed no matter what. So what if I become a godly king? I'm still so useless. I can't do anything to help her when she's being tortured, she's the love of my life. She made such a huge sacrifice for me. No matter what she becomes, I'll accept it. Even if I can't succeed, there are so many godly kings in the world. There must be a way. One day, I'll find a way to free her from her pain and return her to her original state. Wait for me. No matter if it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I'll be back. These few pieces of information were some emotions and lamentations that godly King Azure Jade had casually recorded in his cultivation notes. Ji Tianqing could imagine how anxious and tormented godly King Azure Jade must have been when he was in seclusion to comprehend the magical power. When a person had no one to confide in, they would subconsciously leave behind some words in the golden paper and jade bamboo slips. After sorting out these few pieces of information, Ji Tianqing's answer was basically confirmed. Chao Qingyu thought of a way to create a king-level magical power. It wasn't for himself, but to save that woman called Lan Er. Lan Er was the love of his life, but she made such a huge sacrifice for him. She even changed her appearance and endured pain and torment. Although he failed and couldn't find a way to save Lan Er. However, he believed that the world was vast and there were many godly kings. There must be someone who could solve the problem. Therefore, he left Green Jade Palace alone to wander the world and find a way to save her. Ji Tianqing muttered to himself as he sorted out the cause and effect of the matter. At the same time, he also guessed the identity of Lan Er. Chapter 32-30. Divine King Azure Jade's true love, that woman called Lan Er. It was actually that ugly and hideous black ferocious beast suppressed in the dark space. How could these two be equated? Unimaginable. Unbelievable. But Ji Tianqing figured out the ins and outs and deduced this answer. He was very certain. He could roughly guess that the story was as follows. Back then, Chao Qingyu and Lan Er loved each other and were a couple that made people envious. The two were both the great Yan Empire's top divine lord experts and both had high hopes of breaking through to the godly king realm. By chance, the two obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. That was a tremendous opportunity. If they could grasp it, it could help the two of them break through to the godly king realm. Of course, Chao Qingyu's talent was higher and his chances of breaking through to the godly king realm were greater. However, that fortuitous encounter coexisted with danger, appearing strange and unpredictable. The two of them could not be sure if the result would be a successful breakthrough or exploding and dying. After hesitating for a long time, Lan Er made a decision. She would try that opportunity first and let Chao Qingyu protect her. If she succeeded, there was naturally no need to say anything. If she failed, at least Chao Qingyu would be able to discover the problem and improve and avoid it. The result was very clear. Lan Er's attempt failed. Not only was she severely injured, her divine body also underwent a mutation, gradually evolving into a pitch-black and hideous ferocious beast covered in fur. In fact, even her divine soul and thinking were greatly affected. She would often go crazy uncontrollably, attacking and killing wantonly. Chao Qingyu was very sad, feeling that Lan had made such a great sacrifice for him. He felt very sorry for Lan Er. No matter what, he had to save Lan Er. Therefore, he used that advancement opportunity and worked hard to break through to the godly king realm. With Lan Er testing the method herself, he had experience and successfully avoided the danger, finally successfully breaking through to the godly king realm. After breaking through, he did not have much excitement or joy. Seeing Lan Er's condition become more and more serious, going crazy like a ferocious beast all day, his heart burned with worry. He could only set up a few divine formations and create a dark space to suppress Lan inside. Only then could she settle down and not wreak havoc and kill wantonly in the divine palace. After settling Lan Er down, God King Green Jade came to this stone house and focused on researching a way to save Lan Er. He took out his life savings and tried to concoct all kinds of divine pills and medicines for Lan Er to consume. After Lan Er consumed those divine pills, not only did they not cure her illness, but they also made her even more ferocious. Her strength also skyrocketed. Seeing that this method didn't work, if he continued to feed Lan with a divine pill, Lan would definitely go crazy and lose her last shred of rationality. Thus, he thought of another method. He wanted to gather all kinds of divine abilities and secret arts to comprehend and create a king-grade divine art. This king-grade secret art could not only cure Lan Er's illness, but it could also restore her bloodline and soul. It could also help her break through to the God King realm. If he could succeed, it would be perfect. At that time, Lan would return to normal and break through to the God King realm. The two of them would be able to travel the world. However, the difference between ideals and reality was too great. Even after hundreds of years of painstaking research, Green Jade Godly Monarch still couldn't create a king-level art. The setback and blow of failure made Green Jade Godly Monarch feel incomparably guilty and self-reproach. Seeing Lan suffer torment and pain, his heart was also incomparably tormented. Therefore, he weighed the pros and cons for a long time and finally made a decision. Leave Green Jade Palace, walk out of the Great Yan Empire, and search the entire North region, even the entire Boundless Heaven continent. Although he couldn't save Lan, he believed that the world was vast and there were many experts. Someone would definitely be able to save Lan, Even if it took 1,000 or 10,000 years, he would have no regrets. Just like that, Green Jade Godly Monarch bade farewell to Lan, and left the Great Yan Empire. Now, 10,000 years had passed. Green Jade Palace still existed, and Lan, was still suffering in the dark space. However, Green Jade Godly Monarch never returned. He had stood her up. Above was the whole story that Ji Tianqing deduced. Although it was just an outline and not specific enough. Compared to the real situation, there were still some omissions and shortcomings. However, this was already close to the truth. That Lan definitely can't imagine what kind of pain and suffering Chao Qingyu experienced in the 10,000 years that he wandered outside. Furthermore, there was a catastrophe 1,000 years ago. Perhaps Chao Qingyu died in that turmoil. It seems like she's destined to not be able to wait for her sweetheart to return. Ji Tianqing muttered a few words to himself. His tone was somewhat regretful. He waved his hand and shot out a few beams of golden light that swept up the jade slips on the stone table, as well as the golden paper and jade slips in the compartment. In a short while, he put all the golden paper and jade slips into his interspatial ring. Even though these things didn't have much use or meaning to him. However, he couldn't stay here. If the various factions of the Great Yan Empire obtained them, it wouldn't be a good thing. Ji Tianqing circled the stone house again. After confirming that there was nothing valuable, he turned and left. On the way back, he remained invisible and restrained his aura. He extended his divine perception and enveloped a radius of 5,000 miles, silently probing the entire Green Jade Palace. That's right. The Green Jade Palace was in an alternate space that had a radius of 5,000 miles. Other than the palaces and residences within 200 miles, the other areas were mountains, grasslands, lakes, and forests. This place was rich in divine power and the environment was quiet. It was considered a good paradise. Of course. The most precious treasures in the Green Jade Palace were all in that stone house. Ji Tianqing had plundered all of them. Now, there was nothing worth exploring in the Green Jade Palace. In a short while, Ji Tianqing flew back to the vicinity of the Divine Palace and stopped above a palace. When he had left, the palaces and residences within 200 miles were still intact. Only the residence of the Green Jade Divine King had been reduced to rubble. Now, everything within 200 miles had been reduced to rubble. It was a complete mess. The previously resplendent palaces were now in ruins. The sky was obscured by endless smoke and dust. The ground was also filled with cracks and deep pits. Countless fragments of bricks and stones were scattered everywhere. Dazzling divine lights were still colliding violently in the sky. The deafening sounds were still reverberating between heaven and earth. Without a doubt, Yan Tiangang and the divine sovereigns of the major forces were still doing their best to besiege the black ferocious beast. Of course, it was more appropriate to call it Lan'er. The two sides had been fighting fiercely for 2 hours. The aftershocks of the battle covered a radius of thousands of miles. Not only were the palaces and residences destroyed, but even the mountains and forests thousands of miles away had been reduced to rubble. The divine lords of the various factions had suffered heavy casualties. They had paid a terrible price. When they entered the palace, there were more than 300 divine lords. Most of them were severely injured. Now, there were only about 40 high-level divine lords left. They were still fighting a bloody battle. The many injured divine lords heard the shouts of their leaders and their morale was greatly boosted. They were in high spirits. They arranged themselves in a battle formation and focused all of their attention as they closed in on Lanner. The encirclement continued to shrink, and the surging killing intent also condensed into blood-red flames that filled the sky. The pressure on Lanner grew stronger and stronger, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It let out a deep roar and even cursed with a hoarse voice, "You despicable bandits! All of them deserve to die." It was half the owner of the Green Jade Palace while the godly lords were invaders. However, Yen Tiangang, Yi Wuji and the others were unwilling to bear the reputation of being bandits, so they all opened their mouths to refute. "We're bandits. No. We're helping Tianqing to get rid of the evil for the people. You're a ferocious and bloodthirsty beast. If you hadn't committed heinous crimes, why would you be suppressed in the darkness by the Green Jade Divine King? You've committed many sins. You should be satisfied that you've lived to this day." Not only were the experts not ashamed, they even reprimanded Lanner with righteous words, as though they were upholding justice. Lanner was so angry that she trembled. Flames of anger surged all over her body, and her eyes turned scarlet. "Bastards! You unreasonable, heartless bastards, all of you will die a horrible death." Lanner roared hysterically. With extreme anger and despair, she charged towards the divine lords. She had waited bitterly for tens of thousands of years, but the Green Jade Divine King had not appeared. She was extremely depressed, disappointed, and desperate, and even a little resentful. Now that she was in danger, she knew that she would not be able to escape and would definitely be killed on the spot. Therefore, she carried the mentality that she would die together with them, and that death was freedom, and launched her final counterattack. In this battle, she released the most dazzling divine light and unleashed all her trump cards without holding back. All sorts of divine light shadows covered the sky. Many divine lords had solemn expressions as they unleashed their ultimate skills with all their might to block Lanner's attacks. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering sounds erupted and reverberated between heaven and earth. Lanner's all-out attack was easily neutralized by Yen Tiangang and the others. On the other hand, the divine lords joined forces and unleashed their ultimate skills continuously, causing Lanner to retreat and her injuries to worsen. Both sides fought back and forth, and the battle was unusually intense. However, Lanner was obviously at a disadvantage. She was suppressed by the divine lords and would not be able to hold on for long before she was defeated. At this moment, Ji Tianqing remained invisible and watched the battle from the dark. In the beginning, he did not want to interfere in this matter. Be it Yen Tiangang or Lanner's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to find an opportunity to assassinate Grand Prince Lien, who was in the crowd. After all, Grand Prince Lien was among the 40 divine lords. His hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood. Other than Yi Wuji and the Grand Elder, only 3 elders of the He Tian sect were still alive. The 5 divine lords' attention was focused on Lanner and they had no time to protect Grand Prince Lien. However, Ji Tianqing saw Lanner's situation and understood her story with Divine King Azure Jade. He could not help but feel sympathy for her. "I opened the stone door and woke it up. I mistook it for a ferocious fiend beast and led Yen Tiangang and the others over. If it wasn't for me, it would not have fought with Yen Tiangang and the others and ended up in such a miserable state. Fine, I'll help at once for Divine King Azure Jade's sake. Ji Tianqing knew that Lan Er was not a bad person. She was even a kind girl. Otherwise, she would not have sacrificed so much for Divine King Azure Jade. He and the 50 forces were the ones who were in the wrong when it came to exploring the Divine Palace. Azure Jade Palace was Lan Er's territory and they were all intruders. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were thieves. Moreover, he had taken Divine King Azure Jade's treasure. He would feel bad if he did not help Lan Er when she was in a desperate situation. So, while many Sir Gods were attacking Lan Er with all their might, Ji Tianqing approached her quietly. He locked onto Grand Prince Lien's aura and took out the Burial of Heaven sword and used his ultimate move. Burial of Heaven. Once the divine sword was out, a cold light shone. 100 feet long black light of death enveloped Grand Prince Lien with a storm of sword chi. At that moment, Grand Prince Lien was attacking Lan Er and was not prepared for an assassination attempt at all. When he sensed the danger of death, it was too late for him to dodge. Chapter 32-32. The fearsome sword radiance, with the power to suppress everything, fell from the sky and blasted towards Prince Lien. Under the cover of the sword light, even the space around the prince froze as if it were an ice cube. His body was also engulfed by the sword radiance. His black dragon robe was shredded by the sword radiance, and his long hair was cut into pieces. At this moment of life and death, his expression was extremely serious. He turned his head to look at the sword radiance descending from the sky and Ji Tianqing in the sky. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. "It's you. How can it be you?" Even the Grand Prince didn't expect Ji Tianqing to come here. Moreover, he had been hiding in the Green Jade Palace without being discovered. At this critical moment, when everyone was fighting the Black Beast, he suddenly attacked. This was too despicable. This was too fatal. Prince Lien was shocked and terrified at the same time. He even felt the aura of death descending upon him. Such a sudden attack at such a close distance gave him no chance to dodge. The only thing he could do was to use all his power to form a dark golden shield to protect himself. Kaboom! The dazzling giant sword slammed into the dark gold shield, causing an earth-shattering boom to ring out. The dark golden shield that Prince Lien had formed with all his power only lasted for a moment before it was shattered into pieces. Countless shards spread out in all directions with a violent force. The two elders of the Hetian sect who were not far from Prince Lien were instantly affected. The divine light fragments that covered the sky were like sharp blades, leaving countless wounds on the bodies of the two elders. Blood spurted out from their wounds and filled the sky. At the same time, Prince Lien was also hit by the sword radiance. Half of his body was badly mutilated. His entire right arm was smashed into pieces, and the huge impact sent him flying. Moreover, he could not help but fly towards Lan Er. He could not help but scream in midair. Lan Er, who was dodging left and right, immediately seized the opportunity to attack Prince Lien with her claws. Bloody light filled the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The light blade pierced through the air. Blood splattered in the sky, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. Prince Lien's body was already soaked in blood. Now that the light blade had pierced through his body, he looked like a sieve. The blood-curdling screams that were about to stop erupted once again, and the pitch of the screams had reached an even more shocking level. Seeing this, Yi Wuji and the Supreme Elder of the He Tian sect cried out in surprise. Their expressions changed drastically. Eternal Link. Damned evil creature, you're courting death. The great Supreme Elder glared at Ji Tianqing, locked onto his divine soul aura, and made a prompt decision to attack with his palm. Ji Tianqing wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill Grand Prince Lien, but he was stopped by Grand Elder. The sword light that filled the sky was intercepted by the Grand Elder's palm shadows. The two of them collided in the sky, creating a deafening explosion and sending millions of fragments flying everywhere. Ji Tianqing was unscathed, but the Grand Elder was knocked back 100 feet. His complexion alternated between green and red, and his chest heaved up and down rapidly. Even though Grand Elder had long reached peak Divine Lord realm. In terms of combat power, he was second only to Yan Tiangang and ranked in the top 3 in the Great Yan Empire. However, he was still at a disadvantage after clashing with Ji Tianqing, and his internal organs were also injured. Such an outcome shocked him greatly. "You're Tianqing? That arrogant and bloodthirsty non-humankind kid?" The Great Elder stared at Ji Tianqing and asked with a sonorous voice. He was also shocked. He hadn't thought that Ji Tianqing would be so bold as to sneak into the Green Jade Palace to assassinate Grand Prince Lien. At the same time, Grand Elder, Grand Prince Lien, Yi Wuji, Yan Tiangang, and the others realized who Ji Tianqing was. "So, it's you. Audacious bastard, you actually stole the fruits of our victory. It's you. You bastard. You sneaked into the palace and angered this beast." Everyone understood that their previous guess was right. Ji Tianqing had indeed entered the palace before them. Not only did he take all the treasures in the palace, but he also released the suppressed beast, which caused many divine lords to be killed. He was the culprit behind all of this. Instantly, the overlords of the large sects and families focused their attention on Ji Tianqing. Everyone hated him to the core, so they immediately let out a murderous aura and wanted to surround him. Compared to the beast that had killed many divine lords, they hated Ji Tianqing even more. However, everyone's attention was diverted and Lan'er's pressure was greatly reduced. She immediately attacked without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. She turned into a crimson shadow and shot across the sky, releasing thousands of sharp crimson light blades that attacked many divine lords. Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous sounds and blood splashed in the crowd. Dozens of divine lords were hit and their injuries worsened. So, Yan Tiangang and the other divine lords didn't dare to be distracted and they could only focus on Lan'er. Yan Tiangang shouted, "Yi Wuji, you guys deal with that kid. Leave this beast to us." Facing the situation of being attacked from both inside and outside, Yan Tiangang was calm and decisive. He immediately adjusted his strategy. Yi Wuji understood his intention and immediately nodded. "Okay." Then, Yan Tiangang and more than 30 divine lords surrounded Lan'er. Yi Wuji, the Great Grand Elder, the 3 elders of the He Tian sect, and the 9 Sir Gods of the 2 aristocratic families joined forces to attack Ji Tianqing. As for Grand Prince Lien, he took advantage of the fact that Ji Tianqing and Lan'er were besieged and had no time to chase after him. He hurriedly retreated from the battlefield and hid far away to heal his injuries. He was smart and didn't run away from the Green Jade Palace. Because there were almost 20,000 entities stationed outside the Green Jade Palace and they were all disorderly. Once Ji Tianqing got out of the encirclement and chased him out of the Green Jade Palace, no one would be able to help him. Staying in the Green Jade Palace was the wisest choice. He was standing in the sky 300 miles away from the battlefield. He could observe the situation on the battlefield and wouldn't be hurt by the aftermath of the battle. Once Ji Tianqing tried to assassinate him, he could detect it in advance and avoid it in time. Moreover, Yi Wuji, Grand Elder, and the others could also save him. Prince Lien thought to himself and felt that he was quite safe. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Yan Tiangang and more than 30 divine lords also surrounded Lan'er so that she couldn't escape. Yi Wuji and the 13 Sir Gods also joined forces to trap Ji Tianqing. On the surface, the situation seemed to have stabilized. Ji Tianqing and Lan'er were both under control. They wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were killed by the crowd. However, something that no one expected happened. Ji Tianqing looked around and glanced at Yi Wuji, the Grand Elder and more than a dozen divine lords. He sneered. Ha ha ha. Yan Tiangang and more than 30 divine lords surrounded Lan and Yi Wuji only brought a dozen divine lords to attack me. You are looking down on me. Do you think Lan is a bigger threat than me? Chapter 32-33. Ji Tianqing's muttering and sneering were heard clearly by Yi Wuji and the others. Even Lan, who was being attacked by Yan Tiangang and the others nearby, heard it. After all, they were all upper divine lords, top experts. Lan Er's body stiffened and her eyes widened as she looked at Ji Tianqing in disbelief. At that moment, she was absent-minded. His muddle-headed mind seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning, and he instantly calmed down. She was stunned as she stared at Ji Tianqing, great waves surging in her heart. 2 lines of bloody tears instantly burst out from his eyes and slid down his cheeks. You. How? How do you know I? She muttered to herself, her heart filled with shock and bitterness. After 10,000 years, she finally saw the light of day again and heard that familiar name. Lan Er. Her name. Only that person had the right to call her that. At this moment, an absurd thought appeared in the depths of Lan Er's heart. Could it be him? Did he come back? He didn't abandon me, didn't forget our promise. But why did he change his appearance? Did I remember wrongly? Impossible. Even if 10,000 years have passed, I definitely won't forget his appearance. He must have changed. Something must have happened to him. Lan Er's mind raced and she actually thought that Ji Tianqing was Divine King Azure Jade. Of course, this was only her thought and guess. She wasn't sure. But at this moment, a sudden sky full of light blades and divine arts interrupted her thoughts. Bang! Bang bang! Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Lan was instantly drowned by the sky full of light blades. Her body shook violently as blood splattered all over her body. She was sent flying in a sorry state. She was still in midair, but she had already spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a painful groan. Clearly, Yan Tiangang and the others had seized the opportunity and successfully ambushed her while she was absent-minded. She was severely injured by this attack. Her injuries were even worse. Blood flowed out of her body and her strength was quickly fading. Yan Tiangang and the others took the opportunity to surround her and launch another round of fierce attacks on her. Lan was suppressed and her injuries kept worsening. She could only retreat and dodge, unable to fight back at all. On the other hand, the battle between Ji Tianqing and Yi Wuji and the others was beyond everyone's expectations. Facing the siege of a dozen divine lords, he smiled disdainfully and pointed his sword at the sky. Sky-destroying sword array. Instantly, 20,000 light spots appeared in the sky like a meteor shower. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 20,000 divine giant swords, carrying with them the power to destroy everything, instantly descended upon the scene. With Ji Tianqing as the center, the area within a radius of 100 miles was enveloped. Whoosh whoosh. Sword light crisscrossed, instantly forming a sword formation, sealing this area. Yi Wuji, Grand Elder, and more than a dozen Sir Gods were all suppressed by the sword formation. Everyone instantly felt the pressure increase explosively. Not only did it become difficult for them to move, but the circulation of their divine power was also abnormally blocked, and their combat prowess was greatly reduced. That was not all. Tens of thousands of giant divine swords poured down like rain. 10,000 swords shuttled back and forth, forming a storm of swords that enveloped many divine lords. Whoosh! Whoosh! Those divine lords were in trouble. Whoosh! 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 Several divine lords were shredded into pieces by the sword storm and even their godheads were shattered. Then, 2 elders of the He Tian sect were also shrouded by hundreds of sword lights and shredded into pieces. Only Yi Wuji, Grand Elder and a few divine lords were still struggling in the sword array. But as time went by, their divine power was quickly consumed and their combat power was weakening. Their injuries kept worsening. Ji Tianqing stood in the sword array and activated the power of the sword array to kill everyone. Yi Wuji, Grand Elder and the others struggled with their injured bodies and desperately rushed toward Ji Tianqing. Let's kill him together. As long as we kill him, the sword array will collapse. Everyone was well aware that it was almost impossible to break this sword formation in a short period of time. Only killing Ji Tianqing was the simplest and most effective way. On the surface, they were only 20 miles away from Ji Tianqing. Normally, he would be able to teleport in front of Ji Tianqing with a single thought. But now, they couldn't teleport in the sword array and could only fly. It was only 20 miles, but it was more difficult than reaching the sky. When they finally reached Ji Tianqing, a few more divine lords were shredded into pieces by the swords. Yi Wuji, Grand Elder and the masters of the 2 families who were lucky enough to survive were also badly injured and very weak. Damn bastard, he is so strong. How strong is he? How can he kill so many divine lords? Has he surpassed the divine lord realm and reached the divine king realm? No matter how strong he is, we are already here and we can kill him soon. While their hearts were filled with shock and fear, the 4 powerhouses also staked everything on this one attack. They exploded with their strongest power and launched a fatal attack on Ji Tianqing. However, when all kinds of divine powers shrouded Ji Tianqing, his body became transparent and blurry. The world-destroying divine ability passed through him without any delay. It didn't cause any damage to him. Seeing this, the 4 experts were dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. What kind of evil art is this? Yi Wuji was shocked. Grand Elder was also shocked and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The next moment, Ji Tianqing activated the sword array with all his strength and formed 4 storms with 8,000 giant swords. They fell from the sky and shrouded the 4 experts. Swish, swish, swish. Sword radiance flashed and sword chi surged. The destructive storm of swords shredded the 4 experts crazily. In the bright sword radiance, there was blood and debris splashing out, mixed with the groans and screams of the people. At this moment, Ji Tianqing didn't care about the 4 experts anymore. He flew out of the sword array without looking back and attacked Prince Lien in an invisible state. Because the 4 storm of swords had gathered all the power of the sky punishment sword array. Yi Wuji and the Grand Elder would definitely die. There was no way they could survive. In the distance, Prince Lien only saw him using the sword array to fight with Yi Wuji and the others. Prince Lien didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Swish. A second later, Ji Tianqing teleported 300 miles and appeared behind Prince Lien. At this time, Grand Prince Lien had just swallowed a few divine pills and was refining them while keeping an eye on the situation on the battlefield. Yen Tiangang and more than 30 divine lords had beaten Lan Er, and she was on the verge of death. Prince Lien was a bit comforted. The only thing he was worried about was whether Yi Wuji and the others in the sword array could kill Ji Tianqing. Just as he was filled with anxiety and worry, a dazzling divine light suddenly erupted behind him. An extremely cold and deadly energy immediately enveloped his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Swish. He subconsciously turned around and saw the sword light that could destroy heaven and earth growing larger and larger in front of him. There was also a familiar face looking at him with a half-smile. At this moment, Prince Lien was terrified. Chapter 32-34. Boom. There was a deafening sound. A ball of five-colored divine light bloomed in the night sky like a lotus. Prince Lien, who was riddled with wounds, also exploded into pieces amidst the divine light that filled the sky. Countless flowers of blood splattered everywhere. Ji Tianqing's sword destroyed his divine body on the spot. Even his divine spark suffered serious injuries. Cracks appeared on it, and blood splashed out. His consciousness became blurry and dizzy, and his godhead was carried away by the waves, flying into the distance. Yi Wuji, the great elder, and the others could not see this scene. They were in the sky punishment sword array, suppressed by the blade storm and couldn't even protect themselves. Yan Tiangang and the other divine sovereigns noticed that Grand Prince Lien had been ambushed and saw Ji Tianqing's figure. Everyone turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. But no one could save Prince Lien. There was no time to save him. Then, Ji Tianqing caught up and slashed at Prince Lien's divine spark with all his might. Crack! Grand Prince Lien's godhead crumbled on the spot, leaving behind a dozen pieces. Prince Lien was dead. With a wave of his hand, Ji Tianqing collected the godhead fragments into his pouch. At the same time, the four divine emperors in the sky punishment sword array were also at the last moment. The first to be shredded into pieces by the sword light was the patriarchs of the two aristocratic families. Then, the Grand Elder's divine artifact collapsed and his divine body was crushed. His divine spark was also shattered. Yi Wuji held on until the end. He used all kinds of divine artifacts and divine powers, but he still couldn't stop the thousands of swords. He was soon crushed into pieces. A dozen divine spark pieces also fell in the sword array along with the rain of blood. Everyone in the sword array was dead. The sky punishment sword array gradually stopped and the 20,000 giant swords floated in the air. Yan Tiangang and the other divine emperors could see what was going on inside the sword array. Everyone knew that Yi Wuji and a dozen divine emperors had gone to kill Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing was outside the sword array and had just killed Prince Lien. However, the sword formation that had stopped operating was empty. There was not a single person in sight. Yi Wuji and the dozen divine emperors had all disappeared. Yan Tiangang and the other 30 Sir gods were shocked and terrified. Many people could not help but cry out in surprise. Oh my God! Sect Master Yi and the rest, were they all killed by that bastard? The sword formation has stopped operating. It's empty inside. Sect leader Yi and the others must have met with misfortune. How is this possible? Sect Master Yi and more than a dozen experts joined forces, but they still couldn't kill him. And he was killed instead. Who the hell is that guy? How can his methods be so terrifying? Compared to that ferocious beast, this kid is even more terrifying. Everyone, be careful. After he killed sect leader Yi and the others, he'll come after us. Many Sir gods realized that something was amiss. They quickly retracted their defenses and were on guard against Ji Tianqing. Everyone slowed down their attacks and diverted their attention to Ji Tianqing. Instantly, the pressure on Lan'er was greatly reduced. Ji Tianqing was in no hurry to attack. He first flew into the heaven-vanquishing sword formation and put the godhead fragments of the dozen Sir gods into his spatial ring. Then, he flew toward Yan Tiangang and the others at a moderate pace. When he was 100,000 feet away from them, he stopped in the air and stared at the Sir gods with an indifferent expression. The Sir gods acted as though they were facing a great enemy. They had to suppress Lan'er and guard against Ji Tianqing. Yan Tiangang also stopped attacking Lan'er. He looked at Ji Tianqing with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "I know you're the god of slaughter Tianqing from before. Kid, you have a grudge against Prince Lien and are at odds with the He Tian sect. This is a grudge between the two of you. However, Great Yan's imperial family and the other major sects and clans have no grudge against you. So, you'd better stop before going too far. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death. No one had expected that Yan Tiangang would actually say such words. Although his words sounded like a threat to Ji Tianqing, they were, in truth, fearful of him. If it wasn't necessary, the people from the major sects and clans were like Yan Tiangang. They didn't want to provoke Ji Tianqing. Everyone's attitudes and opinions were the same. The leaders echoed Yan Tiangang's words. Ji Tianqing revealed a smile when he saw everyone's reaction, and he muttered to himself. Fortunately, this group of old fellows aren't stubborn and know how to judge the situation. This makes it easy to deal with. Hence, he pointed at Lan'er who was surrounded and said to Yan Tiangang and the others, "That's not a beast. She's also a member of Great Yan's divine race. She only became like this because of an accident. You have no grudge against her. You only entered the Green Jade Palace to seek wealth and fortuitous encounters. Even if you pay a painful price and kill her today, you won't gain anything. How about this? If you let her go, I won't make things difficult for you. We won't have anything to do with each other. What do you think?" This. Yan Tiangang immediately hesitated and didn't say anything. The divine lords of the major sects and clans were also tempted by Ji Tianqing's words. They all sent voice transmissions to Yan Tiangang to persuade him. "Forefather, that kid is right. We don't have to fight this beast to the death, that kid has no grudge against us. As long as we agree to his conditions, we won't have to fight with him." This old man can see that the brat wants to save this ferocious beast. He doesn't want to fight with us unless it's necessary. "Old ancestor, let's release this beast and mind our own business with that brat." Yan Tiangang frowned inwardly when he heard everyone's persuasion. He hurriedly used his consciousness to explain to everyone. "How can I not understand what you're saying? But have you thought about it? That kid sneaked into the Green Jade Palace when we weren't paying attention. If there were any inheritances or treasures in the palace, he would have gotten them long ago. Now that the palace has been destroyed, there's nothing left. Even if we don't fight with him, we won't be able to find anything valuable in the palace. Furthermore, he cares so much about this beast. He must have some other motives. This beast has been sealed here for 10,000 years. It must have something to do with the Green Jade Divine King. How can we let it go?" After Yan Tiangang's analysis, many divine lords came to a realization and felt that something was amiss. Everyone also began to hesitate if they should let Lan'er go. If they let Lan'er go, they naturally wouldn't fight with Ji Tianqing. However, it was very likely that they would return empty-handed after coming here. If they didn't let Lan'er go, they might discover the secret of the Green Jade Palace from Lan'er. However, they would have to fight with Ji Tianqing. At that time, they would have to pay a terrible price. Just as everyone was hesitating and wavering, Ji Tianqing saw through everyone's thoughts and immediately sneered, "Since you are unwilling and are still hesitating, I'll help you make the decision." As his voice fell, he brazenly waved the Burial of Heaven sword and sent out a sword beam that covered the sky towards the dozen divine lords. Chapter 32-35. Swoosh! 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 The sky was covered by the sword light and the space was in chaos. The dozen Sir gods that were covered by the sword light were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. They finally saw the god of massacre's way of doing things. He was decisive and ruthless. Of course, it was useless to say that now. They had no choice but to retreat with all their might and cast defensive divine arts to block the sword light. Bam! 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 The sword light hit a golden shield and made a loud noise. Countless divine light shards splashed. Only 6 Sir Gods were safe and sound. The other 8 Sir Gods were sent flying. Blood spurted out of their bodies and they screamed in pain. Although they had kept their lives and their divine bodies were not destroyed, their injuries were much worse. However, their injuries were even more severe, and their battle prowess had plummeted. That was Ji Tianqing's warning to everyone. He didn't attack again after the first move. However, Yan Tiangang and the other Sir Gods felt humiliated. They were so angry that they were trembling. Bastard! You are too arrogant. You want to kill us because of a disagreement? Do you really think that no one in the great Yan Empire can defeat you? Kid, you forced us to do this. Yan Tiangang and the other divine sovereigns attacked Ji Tianqing while yelling and cursing at him. Everyone gave it their all, each of them using their own unique divine arts, releasing divine arts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, bombarding him from the sky. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and chuckled, "Hee hee, they are indeed a group of high and mighty people who are used to abusing their power. You would rather sacrifice more lives than be looked down upon and humiliated." As he spoke, he cast the dragon elephant divine fist with his left hand and swung the burial of heaven with his right hand. Boom! The mountain-sized dragon elephant shadow smashed towards Yan Tiangang and the others with an unstoppable power that could destroy everything. The burial of heaven also swung the sword of heaven and used galaxy flow break to slash at the Sir Gods. Bam! 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 The divine spells used by the two sides collided, creating a deafening sound that reverberated between heaven and earth. Hundreds of divine ability lights and shadows were shattered. Divine light fragments burst out and filled the sky, scattering in all directions. Ji Tianqing was knocked back thousands of meters. His white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was slightly pale. After all, he was facing over 30 high divine lords. It was already very impressive that he hadn't been killed by the combined attacks of the other party. Of course. The outcome of the 30 over Sir Gods was even more miserable. More than half of the divine lords were swept up by the sword beams and sword chi. They were sent flying 1,000 feet away, their injuries even worse. Only Yan Tiangang and the leaders of the various sects and families were safe and sound. The battle formation that everyone had formed was destroyed. Ji Tianqing took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. Lana also seized the opportunity to ambush and kill a few severely injured Sir Gods. Yan Tiangang's side had over 30 people. Compared to Ji Tianqing and Lan Er, they had an absolute advantage. They had more than 10 times the number of people. However, the situation on the battlefield was completely opposite. It was Ji Tianqing and Lan who attacked Yan Tiangang and the others in a pincer attack. In less than 20 breaths of time, more than 10 Sir Gods had died at the hands of Ji Tianqing and Lan Er. Even Yan Tiangang was heavily injured. He was in a very sorry state. At this point, Yan Tiangang and the other Sir Gods were in complete despair. If they continued to fight, they would all die here. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to kill Ji Tianqing and Lan Er. Therefore, they could only endure the humiliation and anger, throw away their dignity and face, and flee in a sorry state. Yan Tiangang and the leaders of the 4 sects and families brought up the rear, tenaciously resisting Ji Tianqing and Lan Er's attacks. The other 20 Sir Gods fled without looking back. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the divine palace and flew into the sea of clouds. Seeing that the Sir Gods had fled the divine palace, Yan Tiangang and the 4 sect leaders turned and fled towards the divine palace. The 20,000 divine spirits who were guarding outside the sea of clouds surrounded the divine palace, anxiously and worriedly waiting. In the past few hours, they had been hearing earth-shaking explosions coming from the divine palace. They didn't need to look to know that those were the sounds of many experts fighting. However, the battle in the divine palace had lasted for so long and showed no signs of stopping. No matter how anxious and worried the elites of the various factions were, they had to obediently guard outside the divine palace. They didn't dare to barge in. Finally, under the worried, expectant and anxious gazes of the 20,000 divine spirits, several figures flew out of the divine palace. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! They were several high Sir gods from different factions. They were all covered in blood and looked like they were on the verge of death. They were like stray dogs, fleeing in panic. They didn't have the dignity and nobility of the past. Seeing this scene, the 20,000 divine spirits were dumbfounded. Countless people were shocked and aghast. Everyone did not expect that those powerful high divine lords would also be defeated so miserably. Soon after, a dozen or so high-level divine lords covered in blood flew out of the divine palace like bolts of lightning. They flew across the sea of clouds as fast as lightning and fled into the distance. They even shouted loudly, "Run! Leave this place! What are you waiting for? Run! Run! Otherwise, everyone will die." The shouts of the many Sir gods reverberated in the sea of clouds. The 20,000 gods were already shocked, and when they heard the blood-sobbing cries, they were even more terrified and at a loss for what to do. The elites of many factions subconsciously turned and fled, distancing themselves from the Green Jade Divine Palace. Only the top 10 sects and clans hesitated for a moment before deciding to observe the situation. At this moment, another 5 figures flew out of the divine palace. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! The divine spirits focused and saw that it was Yen Tiangang and the leaders of the 4 major sects and clans. These 5 high Sir gods could be said to be the strongest experts in the empire. No one had expected that even they would be covered in wounds and fleeing in a sorry state. With this, the last bit of hope of the divine spirits was extinguished. Seeing Yen Tiangang and the others flee, everyone outside the divine palace turned and fled without a care for their own safety. After a few breaths, the area outside the divine palace was empty. Not a single person could be seen. At the same time, Lan rushed to the divine palace's entrance with blood-red flames of killing intent burning all over her body. Her eyes were bloodshot. She did not care that her divine body was on the verge of collapse and that she could faint at any moment. She still wanted to chase after those Sir gods. However, Ji Tianqing released a giant golden palm and held her firmly, stopping her. "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Lan was imprisoned by the giant golden palm and could not move even if she struggled with all her might. Hearing Ji Tianqing's warning, she shouted with killing intent, "Let me go." Ji Tianqing waved his hand and shot out a ray of divine light, closing the divine palace's entrance. He grabbed Lan with the giant golden palm and walked into the divine palace. "In your current state, if you really chase after them, you will die in less than 100 breaths. Chapter 32-36. Lan Er's emotions had fluctuated greatly. She had suffered too much shock and was a little crazy and out of control. But now that the battle was over, the Green Jade Palace was quiet. She was also captured by Ji Tianqing and could not move at all. It was even more difficult for her to escape. After a while, she gradually calmed down. The blood-red flames that were emitting from her body also gradually extinguished. "All right, you can let go of me now." She lowered her head and said in a low voice. Seeing that her emotions had indeed stabilized, Ji Tianqing removed the giant golden palm. Lan did not act rashly. Her body was bent as she stood on the ruins. She lowered her head and coughed and gasped for breath. Her injuries were very serious. Her body was covered with wounds that were so deep that her bones could be seen. If her injuries were more serious, her divine body would have collapsed. Moreover, her divine soul was already mutated and flawed. After suffering such serious injuries, she was even more on the verge of death. At this moment, she only felt that her entire body was cold and her strength was extremely weak. Her eyes were dark and she could faint at any time. Of course, Ji Tianqing could see how serious her injuries were. Seeing that Lan Er was almost unable to stand steadily, he quickly took out 2 divine pills and handed them to Lan Er. Take these 2 divine pills and stabilize your injuries first. Otherwise, your divine path foundation will be destroyed. Lan Er was stunned for a moment. She did not take the 2 divine pills. She slowly raised her head. Her eyes were stained with blood and tears. She looked at Ji Tianqing with a complicated expression. Even though her consciousness was getting dizzier and her eyes were getting blurry. She tried her best to open her eyes and tried her best to see Ji Tianqing's face clearly. Seeing her reaction, Ji Tianqing could not help but urge, "You are already so injured. Can you take the pills first and we can talk about other things? Don't worry, those 2 pills are definitely fine. If I wanted to harm you, I could kill you with a few moves. Why would I do anything to the pills?" Lan Er was still unmoved. She did not look at the 2 pills. She stared at Ji Tianqing with hazy eyes. She shook her head gently and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Who are you? Why do you know my name? Why did you save me?" Ji Tianqing was rather helpless, but he couldn't tell her the truth, so he could only ask, "If I tell you the answer, will you take the 2 divine pills?" Actually, those 2 divine pills were refined by Divine King Green Jade specifically to save Lan Er. Previously, Ji Tianqing had taken away all the treasures in the stone house, which naturally included those divine pills and miraculous medicines. Lan Er thought for a moment and nodded. Ji Tianqing felt slightly comforted and explained, "My name is Tianqing. I came here in pursuit of my enemy and accidentally saw the books and jade scrolls left behind by the Green Jade Deity King. Only then did I know, heh heh heh. Is that so?" Lan Er's tone was somewhat sorrowful as she sneered a few times. The look in her eyes became even more complicated. There was mockery and contempt, as well as disappointment and disappointment. Ji Tianqing felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, "This guy must have misunderstood, right? I wonder what she's thinking." Fortunately, Lan didn't say much. She waved her claws and grabbed the 2 golden divine pills before swallowing them. Swoosh! When those 2 divine pills entered her body, they immediately blossomed with a dazzling golden light, bursting forth with a vast and mighty divine power. Lan Er's body immediately trembled. Thousands of wisps of black fog and blood energy splattered out all over her body. Her body also started trembling violently. She gave a somewhat painful muffled groan. Her eyes gradually closed, and she fell unconscious. But before she fainted, her eyes widened, glaring at Ji Tianqing with a sharp glint. She shouted coldly, "Don't think of lying to me, it's you." After saying that, she fell completely unconscious and collapsed on the ruins, not moving anymore. Ji Tianqing frowned helplessly and muttered to himself, "She wouldn't have received too much of a shock and already gone crazy, right?" Although he said so verbally, he was very conflicted in his heart and fell into hesitation. Originally, Lan Er and Divine King Green Jade's matter had nothing to do with him. He also did not care too much about Lan Er's life and death. He could just turn a blind eye and leave. After leaving the Green Jade Divine Palace, he went to find a place to enter seclusion and cultivate, hurriedly refining the many Divine Lord Divine Spark fragments. He would be able to break through to the 9th level Divine Lord realm very soon. But he had the fate of meeting Divine King Green Jade once before. Furthermore, he sowed good karma. After coming to the Green Jade Divine Palace, he also learned about Divine King Green Jade and Lan Er's story. Toward these 2 people with bitter fates, he more or less had some sympathy in his heart. Moreover, he mistakenly barged into the underground secret chamber and severed the chains suppressing Lan'er. This led to the great battle later on. Furthermore, he even took away Divine King Greenjade's treasures and materials. From an emotional point of view, he could not leave her in the lurch. Now, there were two choices in front of him. 1. Leave the Green Jade Divine Palace from here on and ignore Lan'er's life and death. Anyway, she also consumed the divine pill refined by Divine King Greenjade. Furthermore, her injuries would not really be fatal. Even if he did not help her, she would not die either. It was just that her injuries were too severe. Her divine body might shatter, and her divine Tao foundation might collapse too. 2. Follow the kindness in his heart and try to help Lan'er treat her injuries. Only then could he have a clear conscience. But doing so might cause Lan'er to misunderstand and might also cause some unnecessary trouble. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Tianqing finally made a decision. I still have to help. Leaving her in the lurch is not my character. As he spoke, he used his divine sense to call out to Yun Yao and Ji Ku, who were in the distorted space. Unfortunately, Ji Ku was at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation and could not be disturbed. Only Yun Yao could leave. She had just broken through not long ago and was circulating her energy to nourish her foundation. Hearing Ji Tianqing's call, she left the Jiutian Tenju Tower and appeared in front of Ji Tianqing. Tianqing, what's the matter? Yun Yao, who was wearing a moon-white dress, was colder and more beautiful than usual. Ji Tianqing pointed at Lan'er, who was 10 steps away, and explained to Yun Yao, I'm in the Green Jade Divine Palace now. That ferocious-looking beast is Divine King Greenjade's lover. He told Yun Yao the ins and outs of the matter, as well as Lan'er's true identity. After hearing this, Yun Yao understood what he meant. Tianqing, you want to treat Lan'er's injuries, but you don't want her to misunderstand, so you asked me to help you to avoid suspicion, right? Ji Tianqing nodded. Yun Yao nodded slightly and said in a gentle tone, Tianqing, you don't have to avoid suspicion. No matter what you do, we will believe you. Ji Tianqing smiled bitterly and said, of course you believe me, but this Lan'er can't. She's confused and has already misunderstood. As expected. Lan'er, who was originally unconscious and in a blurred state, shouted in a sad and intermittent voice as if she was sleep-talking, Green Jade, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you hide, and change your appearance, to see me? Could it be that, you're tired of, don't want to see, a monster like me? Hearing her words, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao looked at each other. Ji Tianqing spread his hands helplessly and said, I told you, it's a big misunderstanding. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 32-37. Lan'er's obsession was too deep. Now that she was unconscious, her consciousness was muddled. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao couldn't explain anything to her at this time. The two of them could only take the unconscious Lan'er and fly into the depths of the Green Jade Palace. At the edge of the space thousands of miles away, the mountain and the stone house on top of the mountain were still intact. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao landed here and put Lan'er in the secret chamber. Then, Ji Tianqing used his secret skill to treat Lan'er's injuries. Yun Yao stood guard at the side. She took care of Lan'er and also helped Ji Tianqing to protect him. As time passed, the bloodstains and wounds on Lan'er's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Tianqing spent half a day to treat her external injuries. Then, he began to treat her internal injuries. The internal injuries were more troublesome. It would take at least a few days. As for the injuries to the divine soul, they were the most troublesome. They could only be ranked last. Just like that, time passed day after day. Ji Tianqing kept using his secret skill. He didn't stop and didn't feel tired. The divine power in this green jade palace was incomparably abundant. It was as if it was inexhaustible. After a full 5 days, Lan Er's internal injuries were stabilized. Although she was still unconscious, her injuries wouldn't worsen. However, her injuries would not continue to worsen. Her life and the foundation of the divine path were both preserved. Ji Tianqing spent another 8 days using his secret skill to treat her divine soul injuries. Once the injury to her soul stabilized, she would be fine as a whole. Ji Tianqing took out 2 divine pills for her to consume. Then, she went into hibernation. The divine power in her body automatically circulated and healed her injuries. After finishing all of this, Ji Tianqing finally stopped his training. He looked at Yun Yao and said with concern, "Yao Yao, you've been protecting me for more than 10 days. You must be tired. Go and rest." Yun Yao quickly shook her head and persuaded, "I'm just watching from the side. I'm not tired. You've been using your secret skill for so long. You're the most tired person. Go and rest. I'll stay here and watch over her. If she wakes up, you'll cause a misunderstanding again." Ji Tianqing thought for a moment and nodded. "That's good too. After this battle and healing her for more than 10 days, I feel that my strength has broken through again. I'm about to reach a bottleneck. Anyway, she's in hibernation. She won't wake up for at least a month. I'll take advantage of this time to cultivate in seclusion in the divine pagoda and strive to reach the next level." Yun Yao revealed a gratified smile and nodded, "And, then go quickly." Ji Tianqing didn't delay any longer, and he withdrew the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda before his figure flashed and entered it. Yun Yao reached out with her right hand and grabbed the divine pagoda that was floating in the air. She took it into her palm. Then, she sat down cross-legged on the spot. Not far to her left, Lan Er was lying motionlessly on the ground. She was in a state of hibernation. Once Green Jade Palace woke up, she would know immediately. If Green Jade Palace went crazy again, she could quickly retreat or call Ji Tianqing for help. After Ji Tianqing entered the distorted spacetime, he didn't start cultivating immediately. He flew to the bottom of the blood flame sacred tree and flew around the sacred tree. The result was as he expected. In the previous battle, countless divine lord powerhouses had fallen. The blood flame sacred tree had absorbed a huge amount of blood energy and divine soul power. It had obviously grown again. Even more than half of the bare branches had sprouted purple sprouts, showing a thriving state. In the past, the blood flame sacred tree was only 100,000 feet tall. Its branches were bare. But now, the sacred tree had reached a height of more than 12,000 feet. 70 to 80% of its branches had sprouted shoots. In fact, 30% of the branches had sprouted purple leaves. Overall, not only had the blood flame sacred tree grown taller, it had also become more luxuriant. Its divine power aura had become more vigorous. The blazing blood flames had also become more violent and dazzling. Ji Tianqing walked around the sacred tree and returned to the starting point. He stopped and revealed a gratified smile. He murmured, "Although this sacred tree is still quasi-king rank at the moment. But with its growth speed, I reckon that it will transform into a true king rank sacred tree in a few years. At that time, this sacred tree will definitely shine with an even more dazzling brilliance." Ji Tianqing had strong confidence and expectations regarding this. He looked around just now. Ji Ku was at the critical moment of breaking through to the 4th level Divine Lord realm. This was a hurdle for her to ascend from a low-level Divine Lord to a middle-level Divine Lord. Of course, it wasn't that easy. But Ji Tianqing had confidence in her talent and believed that she would break through soon. White Dragon, Ji Wushuang, Black Dragon, and Qian Yu were also focused on cultivating. Now, they were all low-level Divine Lords. Their strength and foundation weren't deep enough. They knew that Ji Tianqing's cultivation speed was too heaven-defying. It was something that they would never be able to catch up to in this lifetime. Therefore, their targets were Ji Ku and Yunyao. After all, Yunyao had already broken through to the 4th-level Divine Lord realm. Ji Ku was about to reach the 4th-level Divine Lord realm too. They didn't want to be left too far behind. They tried their best to increase their strength so that they could protect themselves. In the future, in this dangerous and unpredictable divine world, they would be able to protect themselves and not cause trouble for Ji Tianqing. Seeing that everything was going well and the situation was developing in a good direction, Ji Tianqing was gratified. Therefore, he sat cross-legged under the blood flame sacred tree and began to count the spoils of war. This time, he was the final winner in the Green Jade Palace. The 50 factions were the first to discover the Green Jade Palace and spent 10 years to unlock the palace's layers of seals and open the palace's doors. In the end, more than 90% of the more than 400 divine lords from the 50 factions had died. In the end, less than 50 escaped the Green Jade Palace alive. Yet, they paid such a terrible price and didn't get any benefits at all. And Ji Tianqing monopolized all the treasures. His gains came from 2 aspects. One was the monarch-level materials, divine pills, and cultivation technique manuals left behind by Divine King Azure Jade. The second was the divine spark fragments that were scattered in the ruins after countless divine lord experts died on the battlefield. As for those monarch-level divine artifacts and equipment, Ji Tianqing couldn't be bothered to collect them. He wouldn't use the divine pills and materials left behind by Divine King Azure Jade for his closed-door cultivation this time. He only needed to refine the divine spark fragments of those divine lord experts and a large number of origin stones and divine stones. It would be enough. An hour later, Ji Tianqing counted the spoils of war and came to a conclusion. There were a total of 132 divine spark fragments. Among them, there were more than 90 high-ranked Divine Lord fragments and more than 40 middle-ranked Divine Lord fragments. Although a portion of the Divine Spark fragments were incomplete. That didn't affect Ji Tianqing's refinement and absorption of Divine Dao laws. After counting, he muttered to himself, speaking of which, I have to thank Lan for being able to collect so many Divine Spark fragments. I didn't kill that many Divine Lords. Most of them were killed by her. Chapter 32-38. This was the truth. In terms of the number of divine monarchs killed, Ji Tianqing naturally could not compare to Lan Er. However, those Lan Er killed were those divine monarchs who were already seriously injured and were not strong enough. Although the number of divine monarchs Ji Tianqing killed was few, they were all the top powerhouses who had survived until the end. For example, Yi Wuji, Prince Lian, Heavenly Union Sect's Grand Elder, and the leaders of the 2 large sects and families. Very soon, he eliminated these distracting thoughts and began to work on refining the divine spark fragments. Under the sacred tree, it was quiet. Billions of branches emitted wisps of blood-colored divine power, pouring into Ji Tianqing and the others, assisting them in their cultivation. Time passed quietly. One divine spark fragment after another was refined by Ji Tianqing for his own use. He had already reached the peak of the 8th stage realm. As long as he broke through the bottleneck, he could ascend to the 9th stage of the divine monarch realm. Now, his strength was soaring rapidly. The number of divine Dao laws condensed was also constantly increasing. This made his strength grow continuously, becoming stronger and stronger. Imperceptibly, he broke through the bottleneck again and again, advancing towards the 9th stage of the divine monarch realm. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, Ji Tianqing forgot the passage of time, immersed in the process of constantly becoming stronger. Unknowingly, 4 years had passed. He had refined all 132 pieces of the God horoscope pieces. From these divine spark fragments, he absorbed 30 types of divine Tao laws, condensing them into his own divine spark. In this way, the number of divine Tao laws he possessed reached a shocking 340. Back then, when the number of laws he grasped broke through the 300 mark, it created an invisible miracle. Now, he took another step forward on the path of miracles. In addition, his divine power also reached the limit of the 8th stage realm, finally breaking through the bottleneck. On this day, his entire body bloomed with sacred golden light, bursting forth with a vast and mighty aura. The soaring golden light condensed into 9 dragon shadows, lingering above the blood flame sacred tree for 2 days before dissipating. Without a doubt, Ji Tianqing had naturally broken through when the conditions were right. He finally reached the 9th stage of the Divine Monarch realm, not far from the Divine Monarch realm. After successfully breaking through, he cultivated in seclusion for another 3 months to stabilize his foundation of the Divine Tao. By the time he finished cultivating, his strength had increased by more than 5 times, and his aura had become even more mysterious and restrained. He got up and left the distorted spacetime, flying out of the 9 heavens 10 absolutes tower. Shwa! In the next moment, he appeared in the secret chamber and stood beside Yunyao. And at this moment, the scene in the secret room was something he did not expect. Yunyao was still as calm as before. She sat cross-legged on the ground, maintaining the posture of circulating her energy and adjusting her breath. However, she did not circulate her energy. Instead, she opened her eyes and looked at Lan, who was on her left. Lan, who should have been lying on the ground in a dormant state, stood up. She arched her back slightly and stared at Yunyao with a cold and wary gaze, revealing a strong hostility. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing immediately frowned. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and shielded Yunyao behind him. This matter started because of him. If anything happened to Yunyao or if she was hurt by Lan, he would never forgive himself. Fortunately, Lan had no intention of attacking. Ji Tianqing's appearance broke the cold atmosphere in the secret chamber. Lan and Yunyao's gazes gathered on him. Ji Tianqing frowned and looked at Lan. He asked, "After you took the divine pill, didn't you have to sleep for a month before waking up? It's only been more than 20 days. Why did you wake up in advance? During the period when you were unconscious, Yao Yao had been taking care of you. It's fine if you don't thank her, but you're hostile to her." Lan's attitude towards Yunyao made him a little unhappy, so he questioned her. Unexpectedly. Not only did Lan not feel guilty, but she also glanced at Yunyao with a complicated expression. Then, she glanced coldly at Ji Tianqing and smiled bitterly. Her voice was a little sad and cold. "Yao Yao. Ha ha ha. Are you so protective of her?" "Yes. She's a devastatingly beautiful woman, and I am just an ugly and ferocious monster." "I understand." Ji Tianqing was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey! I'm Tianqing, and this is my wife, Yunyao. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would Lan listen to him?" She only heard the 2 key words, and tears immediately gushed out of her eyes. She sneered crazily. "Wife? Ha ha ha. Back then, you also said such precious words to me. Now, the person you call your wife, has become her." While laughing crazily, Lan staggered back as if she was extremely weak and almost fell to the ground. Ji Tianqing was even more depressed. He wanted to explain again. At this time, Yunyao reached out and pulled him, shaking her head at him. "Tianqing, Lan is not clear-headed now. She's muddle-headed. Don't say any more. She was abandoned by her lover, suppressed for 10,000 years, and suffered such heavy injuries. Of course, this series of heavy blows will make her emotional. Let her calm down, and then we'll explain to her. After listening to Yun Yao's advice, Ji Tianqing naturally nodded and agreed. All right, you're better at this kind of thing. I'll leave it to you. After speaking, Ji Tianqing took a step back and reached out to pull Yun Yao up from the ground. Yun Yao stood on the spot and looked at Lan Er calmly. Her hands formed a divine seal, releasing thousands of strands of cold moonlight. Miss Lan Er, your old friend is still here, but he hasn't returned. We all know that you're infatuated with him and have no regrets. You've sacrificed too much and suffered too much. But please don't be blinded by resentment. Yun Yao said gently. Her voice was like the spring wind and rain, moisturizing everything silently. Especially the thousands of strands of cold moonlight she quietly released, which had the effect of soothing and cleansing the soul. Lan Er, who had broken down emotionally and was in a state of madness, quieted down a lot. Her emotions gradually calmed down. Her crying gradually stopped. She leaned against the wall and slowly fell to the ground. She lowered her head weakly and stared blankly at the ground. She didn't say anything. Yun Yao continued to use her divine abilities and secret techniques to soothe Lan Er's emotions and make her sober up. At the same time, she started to guide and enlighten Lan Er patiently. Miss Lan Er, your lover is Chao Qingyu. He's also known as God King Blue Jade. No matter how many thousands of years or billions of years have passed, you must still remember him, right? Ha! Lan Er just sneered and refused to answer this question. Because the answer was without a doubt. Yun Yao's tone and speed didn't change. She continued, Chao Qingyu is a citizen of the Great Yan Empire. He's the God King of the Great Yan divine race. You should be familiar with his bloodline, spirit, and aura. How can you be wrong? Lan Er shook her head and said in a low voice, so what if I'm familiar with him? Time will change everything. Spirit, bloodline, and appearance will all change, right? Of course, that was because she was the best example. Chapter 32-39. Yun Yao was stunned by Lan Er's words. She did not know how to refute her. After a moment of silence, she continued, even if there are changes, it's impossible for him to become a completely different person. He's a great Yan God King, and Tianqing is a human who has yet to reach the God King realm. They were clearly two different people. There was not the slightest bit of similarity between them. How can you confuse the two of them? Lan Er's head was still lowered. She did not want to look at Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's expressions. After a long silence, she said with a bitter voice, I know that in order to save me, he went to the outside world to find a way to save me. Although he's a peerless God King, he just broke through not long ago. He can't defeat other God Kings. The outside world is dangerous. If he encountered any danger or was attacked by other God Kings, he would most likely meet with misfortune. Perhaps it was because he had encountered a great calamity that he had become a completely different person. He knows that I have an incurable terminal illness. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his life with me, but he feels guilty. That's why he returned here with another identity and released me from the Black Dungeon. In this way, he can give me my freedom and run away with the person he loves. After hearing this, Ji Tianqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even Yun Yao was impressed by her imagination. Miss Lan Er, your speculation sounds reasonable, but it doesn't hold water. Chao Qingyu was a God King expert. If he didn't improve in 10,000 years, he should have reached the second or third level of the God King realm, right? However, Tianqing is a 9th level divine lord. He's still far from the God King realm. Lan Er shook her head again and smiled bitterly. Perhaps he met with a great disaster and narrowly escaped death. His strength regressed. Or perhaps he met with a mishap a few thousand years ago and died. However, his spirit was not destroyed. He reincarnated and started cultivating from the beginning. He had a new life and a beautiful wife. However, after his strength increased and he regained his memories, he felt guilty towards me and came back to look for me. Ji Tianqing was stunned. Yun Yao was also stunned. The couple looked at each other and frowned. There was a strange look in their eyes. Is this Lan really crazy, or is she just pretending to be stupid? Why do I feel like she has fiery eyes of truth and is hinting at something else? Apart from the fact that she believed you to be Chao Qingyu, she was completely right about reincarnation. Both of her statements are based on evidence, so it's not easy to refute her. Ji Tianqing's frown deepened as he sent a voice transmission gloomily, she's being so unreasonable. Is she trying to blame me? Yunyao rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, don't be so smug. She's just delirious. Let's think of another way. Ji Tianqing nodded in agreement. Yunyao looked at Lan again. Seeing that she was completely calm and sober, she asked, Miss Lan, although I've told you so much, you still refuse to believe me. How can I prove that Tianqing is not Chao Qingyu? Lan finally raised her head and looked at her and Ji Tianqing. There was a meaningful smile on her face. It's very simple. Ask Chao Qingyu to come and see me. Reveal his true colors and tell me in person that he can't do anything. He's ashamed of me and the promise he made to me is invalid. Only in this way can my obsession be resolved and I won't hate him anymore. Even if I die, I'm willing to bless him to live a good life. These words were obviously from the bottom of Lan's heart. After speaking her mind, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her mind became clearer. Ji Tianqing and Yunyao frowned at the same time. They couldn't help but mutter, isn't this forcing her to do something? 10,000 years have passed. Chao Qingyu is most likely dead. If he's not dead, he should have come back to see you long ago. Lan was unmoved and didn't say anything else. It seemed like she was determined to see Chao Qingyu with her own eyes even if she had to die. Yunyao frowned and was still thinking of other ways. Ji Tianqing was already a little impatient. He said unhappily, Miss Lan, the great Yan Empire's royal family and the 49 forces were the first to discover this palace. It took them 10 years to open the door of the Green Jade Palace. I chased after my enemy and snuck into the palace when they weren't paying attention. That's how I woke you up. When you were fighting with those godly lords, I found this stone house and found the jade slips and books left behind by Chao Qingyu. That's how we know the story of you and Chao Qingyu. I saved you because I didn't want to feel guilty. After all, I took the materials left behind by Chao Qingyu. Now that your injuries are stable, I'll leave his belongings to you. We're even now. After saying that, Ji Tianqing took out more than 100 jade slips, books, and golden papers from his interspatial ring and placed them in front of Lan. He only kept the 3 sets of godly monarch materials and returned the rest to Lan. Then, he pulled Yunyao and turned to leave. It was a complete waste of time to reason with a crazy person like Lan. However, Lan ignored the jade slips, golden papers, and books. Her figure flashed and blocked the door of the secret chamber. She blocked Ji Tianqing and Yunyao's path and looked at them sadly. She said in a low voice, Young Master Tianqing, do you think we're even now? Is that really so? It was your intrusion that woke me up from my 10,000 years of sleep and almost killed me. The only thing that kept me alive was my obsession. Will you really feel at ease if you just leave like this? Ji Tianqing frowned and asked, then what do you want to do? Without waiting for Lan to answer, Yun Yao reminded him telepathically, actually, she's not crazy. She knows you're not Chao Qingyu, but she wants us to help her find him. As expected. Lan stared at Ji Tianqing and asked, "You've seen Chao Qingyu, haven't you?" Ji Tianqing was full of vigilance and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm so young. How could I have seen him?" He. Lan smiled meaningfully and said in a low voice, "About 1,000 years ago, you saw Chao Qingyu. It seems that you, even fought." Ji Tianqing's eyes suddenly lit up and flashed with a sharp cold light. He was also very vigilant and afraid. Lan saw that he was full of vigilance and quickly waved her hand. "Don't ask me how I know. It's just a guess." Ji Tianqing, of course, didn't believe her. He thought to himself, "Damn it. How does she know this secret? Can she eavesdrop on my thoughts? Or can she spy on my divine soul and memory? If that's the case, it's too scary." Just as the two sides were in a stalemate and Ji Tianqing was hesitating, the gate of the divine palace, which was thousands of miles away, suddenly lit up with a bright divine light and emitted a vigorous fluctuation of divine power. Crack! 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 With a dull noise, the two gates of the divine palace opened. They didn't open from the inside but from the outside. Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, and Lan Er's divine senses all detected this scene. The three of them changed their expressions immediately. Chapter 3240. Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao and Lan didn't expect that. The gate of the divine palace, which was originally closed, would open from the outside. At that moment, the three of them put aside their previous questions and focused their attention on the gate of the divine palace. The same question popped up in the minds of the three of them. Who opened the gate of the divine palace? Is it Yen Tiangang and the divine emperors of the large sects and families? Or is it someone else? But no matter who it was, if they appeared at this time, they would be enemies and not friends. The three of them were very vigilant. They quickly restrained their auras and stayed in the stone house without moving, staring at the gate of the divine palace. The next moment, a dazzling blood-red light flew in from outside the gate. Swoosh! The ball of rising blood-red flames wrapped around a tall and sturdy figure and passed through the gate of the divine palace. Then, he fell to the ground with a plop, shaking the ground and stirring up a lot of dust. The tall figure struggled on the ground a few times, but he couldn't get up. But he used his last bit of strength to raise his hand and shoot out a beam of divine light, closing the gate of the divine palace. Bang! The gate of the divine palace closed and the defense divine array resumed its operation. The gate returned to silence. After 20 seconds, the figure still fell to the ground. He didn't move or make any sound. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao looked at each other in confusion. However, Yun Yao pulled Ji Tianqing's arm and signaled him to look at Lan with her eyes. Ji Tianqing turned his head and saw Lan trembling all over. Her claws and lips were trembling. Tears actually gushed out of her blood-red eyes, and her emotions became extremely agitated. Seeing her reaction, Ji Tianqing was stunned. Then, he guessed a possibility and couldn't help but exclaim. "It can't be that coincidental, right?" As his voice fell, Lan who was almost crazy, rushed out of the stone house and flew towards the gate of the divine palace. Her injuries had just stabilized and she hadn't fully recovered yet. She was still very weak. Even if she flew across the sky, she was still shaking and not fast enough. However, she completely disregarded her own situation and desperately ran away in tears. Watching her figure disappear into the horizon, Yun Yao revealed a gratified smile and muttered to herself, "Haotian does not disappoint the bitter lover. How could a woman as infatuated as her be let down?" If it's really the person she's waiting for, then this ending can be considered perfect. Yun Yao was grateful for Lan Er's dedication and devotion. She felt gratified and happy for her. However, Ji Tianqing's expression was a little unnatural. A happy ending? It was for her. But that might not be the case for us. Yao Yao, if that guy is really a Chao Qingyu, we're in big trouble. Yun Yao turned her head to look at him. She blinked her eyes and laughed softly, that's right. You almost caused his wife to lose her life and even took away his divine king-level material. How could he let you go? Ji Tianqing nodded and added, furthermore, I met him 1,000 years ago and fought with him. I even gave him some pointers. Yun Yao nodded slightly and her smile became even wider. She teased, 1,000 years ago, you were high and mighty. You could give Chao Qingyu some pointers with just a few words. Now, he's still a divine king, but you've become a divine sovereign. If he recognizes you, how awkward would that be? Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and laughed softly, it's fine. That guy fainted as soon as he flew into the divine palace. He must have suffered some serious injuries. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yun Yao added, if the situation doesn't go well, we'll sneak away when Lan Er isn't paying attention. The husband and wife echoed each other and made a happy decision just like that. Then, the two of them flew out of the stone house and towards the divine palace's gate. 100 breaths later, the husband and wife flew thousands of miles away and landed in front of the divine palace's gate. At this moment, Lan Er was lying on top of the dark red figure, crying her heart out. Seeing Lan Er crying her heart out and the tall figure covered in blood, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's hearts skipped a beat. What's going on? That guy isn't dead, is he? Is he going to die in front of his own house with his last breath? Ji Tianqing mumbled inwardly. He hastily used his divine perception to check the situation. He heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the divine race male was not dead and had only fainted from his injuries. That guy isn't dead. It's just that Lan Er is too emotional. After saying that, the husband and wife stood at the side and sized up the divine race male who was lying on the ground. This was a 4-meter-tall Great Yen divine race male. He had the typical characteristics and aura of his race. He was tall and sturdy. His skin was dark red, and there were 2 pairs of dark red wings on his back. However, one of the wings had been severed at the roots. The wound was hideous and terrifying, and blood was still gushing out of it. Moreover, this person's body was covered in wounds. There were more than 100 of them, and many of them were fatal. The purple battle armor he wore had long been tattered and riddled with holes. It was also dyed red with blood. Even his head of purple hair was soaked in blood and twisted into knots. Fortunately, he was a godly king expert. His divine body was not destroyed even though he had suffered such terrible injuries. If he was an ordinary person, his divine body would have been reduced to ashes. Based on Lan Er's reaction, he could tell that this Great Yen divine race male was Chao Qingyu. Ji Tianqing released his divine perception again to check on Chao Qingyu's divine soul injury. However, as soon as his divine perception entered Chao Qingyu's mind, it was shattered by an extremely violent and powerful lightning divine power. Ji Tianqing felt a buzz in his mind. His divine perception was a little dizzy, and his vision was blurry. He shook his head and gradually regained consciousness. He blamed himself inwardly. Phew! I was too careless. Chao Qingyu should be a 3rd-level godly king. To be able to injure him to this extent, it must be at least a 4th-level intermediate godly king. Since he's unconscious, his godhead must be severely damaged or even sealed by his opponent's divine power. I should have thought of this earlier. How could I use my divine perception so easily? This was the first time Ji Tianqing came into contact with a godly king expert since he returned to the divine realm. He was used to it and thought that no one could threaten him. However, it was different now. The godly king's power he came into contact with was enough to threaten him. After blaming himself, he thought of more problems and became more vigilant. Yun Yao saw his serious expression and asked, "Tianqing, how are godly King Qingyu's injuries?" Upon hearing this, Lan held back her tears and looked at Ji Tianqing inquisitively. Ji Tianqing answered without hesitation, "His injuries are very serious. Especially the injuries to his godhead. They're even more serious than the injuries to his divine body. It's already incredible that he could hold on until now. There are cracks on his godhead. Unfortunately, it's enveloped by a powerful divine power, so I can't check his condition." This. Yun Yao frowned. She knew that this was a tricky matter. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Lan. She was stunned. Chapter 32-41. For Lan, this period of time was really full of ups and downs. First, Ji Tianqing and the 50 factions barged into the divine palace and woke her up from her 10,000 years of slumber. After that, she almost lost her life in the battle, but Ji Tianqing saved her. Under the care of Ji Tianqing and his wife, she recuperated for more than 20 days, and her injuries finally stabilized. However, at this moment, the door of the divine palace opened, and Chao Qingyu actually returned. Lan could not believe it. She only felt that she was dreaming. She was so excited that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Even if she was dreaming, she could not believe that after 10,000 years, Chao Qingyu did not abandon her and really returned as promised. However, the heavens were playing a joke on her. Chao Qingyu, who had just rushed into the divine palace, fell to the ground and fainted. Moreover, his injuries were extremely serious, and he could die at any time. Most importantly, neither she nor Ji Tianqing could save Chao Qingyu. At this moment, Lan fell from heaven to hell. She only felt extremely absurd and desperate. "Hao Tian. Why did you do this to me? I was sealed in the darkness for 10,000 years. I endured so much pain and despair before he returned. But why did he end up like this? How can I save him?" Lan knelt on the ground and lay on Chao Qingyu's back. She cried heart-wrenchingly, and tears flowed like a fountain. Seeing this scene, Yin Yao also felt sympathy for Lan. She could not help but turn to Ji Tianqing and ask through voice transmission, "Tianqing, although you have not broken through to the divine king realm, you should have a way to save Chao Qingyu, right?" Seeing Ji Tianqing frown slightly, as if he was considering and weighing the pros and cons, Yun Yao advised again, "Lan's experience is indeed pitiful. You have an old friendship with Chao Qingyu, of course, this is only my suggestion. The final decision is still up to you." Ji Tianqing nodded slightly and said, "You're right. I do have a way to treat his injuries. I trust your intuition. Since you think I can help them, I'll help them again." After he finished speaking, he looked at the heartbroken Lan and said, "Miss Lan, you don't have to be so sad. Chao Qingyu's life is not in danger for now. Also, I will try my best to treat him." Hearing these two sentences, Lan's cries immediately stopped, and her despairing eyes regained their luster. She looked up at Ji Tianqing and asked in disbelief, "You can treat his injuries? Didn't you say earlier that he was injured by a divine king powerhouse, and even you can't investigate?" Ji Tianqing waved his hand and explained, "It's unrealistic to directly investigate and treat his injuries. I have to think of a way. Turn him over first, and I'll take a closer look at his injuries." Lan's mind calmed down a lot. Ji Tianqing was willing to help. At the very least, she saw some hope. She hurriedly stretched out her muscular arms and flipped Chao Qingyu, who was lying on the ground, over. Chao Qingyu was lying on the ground with his face facing the sky. His blood-stained purple hair was parted, revealing his true appearance. A chiseled, resolute, and dignified square face appeared before everyone's eyes. He had dark red skin, a high nose bridge, and thick purple eyebrows. These were the typical characteristics of Great Yan's divine tribe. However, Chao Qingyu was unconscious. His eyes were tightly shut, and he could not feel anything. Lan Er looked at Chao Qingyu's face in a daze. Her heart was filled with worry and anxiety. She slowly stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Chao Qingyu's face. However, she retracted her hand halfway. At this moment, Yun Yao suddenly frowned. She pointed at Chao Qingyu's right hand and asked, "Look. What's that in his hand?" Ji Tianqing and Lan Er looked down and saw Chao Qingyu's right hand clutching his chest. His palm was tightly gripping a jade bottle. Even though he was unconscious, his hand was stiff as he gripped the red jade bottle tightly. It was clear that the jade bottle was very important to him. Lan Er held Chao Qingyu's hand and pried his fingers open one by one before she removed the jade bottle. She looked at it from head to toe. A puzzled expression appeared on her face as she said, "This jade bottle is exquisitely made. It seems like there's a pill inside, let me take a look," Ji Tianqing said as he reached out to take the jade bottle. Fortunately, the jade bottle was not sealed with a formation. He opened it easily and poured out a golden pill the size of a broad bean. Swoosh! The divine pill floated in front of everyone. It shone with a dazzling golden light and fluctuated with a vast divine power. The three of them did not need to guess to know that this was definitely a king-grade divine pill. Its effects were extraordinary. Moreover, Chao Qingyu valued this item so much. It was clear that this divine pill might not be a low-grade king-grade divine pill. It was very likely to be a mid-grade king-grade divine pill. If that was the case, then this divine pill was not only a treasure in the Tianbei region. Even in the entire boundless heaven continent, it was an extraordinary treasure that would tempt countless divine kings. Ji Tianqing used the divine eye mystic technique and stared at the dazzling golden divine pill. He observed it in detail. Lan Er and Yun Yao were also full of curiosity as they sized up the divine pill. Suddenly, Lan Er had a look of realization. She said excitedly, "I understand now. This precious king-grade divine pill can definitely heal Qingyu's injuries. If not, he would not have protected this divine pill at the risk of being seriously injured and unconscious." Lan Er firmly believed this answer. She hurriedly urged Ji Tianqing and said, "Quickly give this divine pill to Qingyu. His injuries will recover soon." Seeing that Ji Tianqing was unmoved, she could not hold back the anxiety in her heart. She reached out her claws to take the divine pill. However, Ji Tianqing stopped her and shook his head. "You're wrong. This divine pill is not to heal his injuries." Lan Er retracted her claws and asked Ji Tianqing in confusion, "It can't heal his injuries? How is that possible? Then why is he protecting the jade bottle so tightly?" Ji Tianqing reached out and held the dazzling golden divine pill. He put it back into the jade bottle. He took a deep look at Lan Er and handed the jade bottle to her. He said in a serious tone, "According to my judgment, this king-grade divine pill is to heal you." "What?" Lan Er was stunned. Her eyes widened and she was petrified like a statue. This sentence had a huge impact on her. She could not believe it. She even suspected that she had heard wrongly. Chao Qingyu had disappeared for 10,000 years. Now, he had returned with scars all over his body and his life hanging by a thread. Even though he was unconscious, he still held the jade bottle that contained the divine pill tightly and pressed it against his chest, the place closest to his heart. Because, the divine pill in the jade bottle was to heal the person he loved. It was not just a divine pill. It was a vow to his lover. At this moment, Lan was trembling all over. Her emotions were on the verge of collapse. However, it was not anger or despair. It was surprise, shock, disbelief, and guilt. Tears gushed out of her eyes. She smiled self-deprecatingly and shouted to herself, "So, he never forgot me and never abandoned me. I've wronged him." Chapter 32-42. Lan finally understood Chao Qingyu's painstaking efforts. For the past 10,000 years, the pain and torment she suffered, as well as the resentment and unwillingness in her heart, instantly collapsed and disintegrated. She even felt guilty and blamed herself for once resenting Chao Qingyu. Chao Qingyu was so loyal to her, but she doubted and resented Chao Qingyu. How could she not feel guilty? After crying and laughing for a while, Lan's emotions finally calmed down. She took the jade bottle and held it in her palm like a treasure. She could not help but murmured, Qingyu, Qingyu, why are you so silly? If you have this kind of heart and affection, even if I die, I will have no regrets. If I could choose, I would rather this divine pill be used to treat your injuries. Lan's words came from the bottom of her heart and made people sigh with emotion. Ji Tianqing waved his hand and consoled, Miss Lan, Chao Qingyu paid such a terrible price and brought back the divine pill to treat you. What you should do now is to consume this divine pill and treat your injuries as soon as possible and recover to your original appearance. As for Chao Qingyu, leave it to me temporarily. I will think of a way to treat him. I hope that when he wakes up, he can see you recovering to your original appearance. That would be the best way to thank him. Lan felt that it made sense and nodded solemnly, you're right. He sacrificed so much for me. How can I disappoint him? I'll consume the divine pill now to treat my injuries. Qingyu's injuries. I'll leave it to you. After speaking, Lan bowed deeply to Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing did not delay any longer and said, let's go. Let's all go to the stone house. After that, Lan carried the unconscious Chao Qingyu and everyone flew back to the stone house. After entering the stone house, Lan entered the secret chamber and started to circulate her energy to regulate her breathing. After she was ready, she consumed the dazzling gold divine pill and circulated her energy to refine the medicinal strength. At this time, Ji Tianqing placed Chao Qingyu in the alchemy room and began to circulate his energy to save her. Although he had not reached the divine king realm, he could not treat Chao Qingyu directly. However, he placed Chao Qingyu in the middle of the array, where the cauldron was. Then, he activated the divine formation that Chao Qingyu had set up years ago and used the power of the king grade divine formation to heal Chao Qingyu's injuries. Of course, Chao Qingyu's king grade divine formation was of a lower grade and had no healing properties. Ji Tianqing made some adjustments to the divine formation and used the power of the three king grade materials to achieve this amazing effect. He focused on casting his divine powers and channeled his divine powers into Chao Qingyu's divine body with the help of the divine formation. Under his meticulous treatment, the external injuries on Chao Qingyu's divine body were slowly healing. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. 6 days passed quickly. Chao Qingyu's injuries were mostly healed and he no longer looked as wretched and ferocious as before. However, his internal injuries and the damage to his godhead were still there. The powerful divine powers that enveloped his godhead were still there. Thus, Ji Tianqing used the power of the three king grade materials to channel the divine powers in Chao Qingyu's mind. This time, he finally saw it clearly. The Divine King's divine powers was a dazzling divine light of 5 different colors. There were countless strands of divine lightning flashing within it, as well as the raging divine flames of the burning heavens. There was also the cold and sharp light of the stars, as well as a terrifying multicolored poison. Divine powers of various attributes mixed together and filled Chao Qingyu's mind, enveloping his godhead. Because of this, Chao Qingyu was still unconscious and could not wake up. Moreover, his divine powers were constantly weakening. The injuries to his godhead and divine soul could not heal on their own. After understanding the situation, Ji Tianqing could not help but frown. Who is the divine king that injured Chao Qingyu? His methods and strength are indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, Chao Qingyu's divine will is extremely tenacious. That is why he can hold on until now. If it were someone else, their godhead would have been further damaged and they would not be far from death. Yin Yao, who was beside him, asked worriedly, Tianqing, is there a way to heal him? At the very least, it would be good to wake him up. Ji Tianqing nodded and explained, a divine king's divine soul and will are extremely powerful. As long as the divine light in his mind is removed, he should be able to wake up very quickly. If I recover to the divine king realm, I will be able to disperse the divine light directly. But now, I can only rely on the power of a divine treasure. Yin Yao thought for a moment and immediately understood what he meant. She asked, you mean, the heaven-mending pearl? That's right. Ji Tianqing smiled and nodded. Then, he activated the heaven-mending pearl's power and used the devouring divine ability. He unleashed a sacred white light vortex that enveloped Chao Qingyu's head. This move was indeed effective. The divine power in Chao Qingyu's mind was left behind by a mid-level divine king. Its power was incomparably strong and could be said to be destructive. If Ji Tianqing activated the devouring divine power, his divine body would definitely explode. But when he activated the heaven-mending pearl, it became easy. The heaven-mending pearl's divine power locked onto that five-colored divine light and devoured it bit by bit. After a short 6 hours, the divine power in Chao Qingyu's mind was completely devoured by the heaven-mending pearl. Chao Qingyu's mind regained clarity. His godhead was also no longer suppressed and started to slowly heal itself. And Ji Tianqing temporarily sealed that terrifying five-colored divine power in the heaven-mending pearl to be refined in the future. After being purified by the heaven-mending pearl, that mid-level divine king's divine power will become pure energy. When I need it, I can refine it for my own use to increase the power of the divine lightning, divine fire, and poison laws. It's good to have the heaven-mending pearl. It can help Chao Qingyu heal and also help me absorb divine power. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Ji Tianqing was rather gratified and used the art to treat Chao Qingyu's internal injuries. Soon, another 7 days passed. Ji Tianqing continuously used the art for 7 days and supplemented it with a large number of supreme-grade monarch-grade divine pills. Finally, Chao Qingyu's internal injuries stabilized. Next, only the godhead and divine soul injuries were left. Ji Tianqing had a way to treat this. However, the effort and the reward could not be proportional. It was extremely cumbersome and complicated. After thinking about it, he decided to let Chao Qingyu heal itself in a deep sleep. When he stopped, Yin Yao looked at him with concern and asked, "You must be tired after continuously using the art for so many days, right? Quickly take a rest." Ji Tianqing waved his hand and said with a serious expression, "Chao Qingyu's internal and external injuries have stabilized. He won't be in danger. I can treat the Godhead's injuries, but it's very troublesome and will take too long. It's better to let him heal himself. I thought of something and can't help but worry." "What is it?" Yin Yao asked doubtfully. Ji Tianqing revealed a worried expression and said in a low voice, "Judging from Chao Qingyu's injuries, the person who injured him must be a mid-level divine king. An expert of this level must be second to none in the northern heaven region. No one can control him." Moreover, when Chao Qingyu returned to the divine palace, it seemed like he was being pursued. That's why he ran for his life and had no time to treat his injuries. Hearing this, Yunyao instantly understood what he meant and revealed a worried expression. Chapter 32-43. Tianxing, you mean, there's a mid-level god king chasing after Chao Qingyu, so he's busy running for his life and has no time to treat his injuries? Yunyao furrowed her brows, her face full of worry. In that case, the mid-level god king chasing after Chao Qingyu might be arriving soon. He might even have arrived at the Cloud Sea Mystic Realm and is about to attack the Green Jade Palace. Ji Tianqing nodded slightly and said earnestly, although this is just my speculation, we have to be on guard. Yunyao nodded in agreement and asked, Chao Qingyu is injured like this, he definitely won't wake up in a short time. A mid-level god king might appear at any time. We definitely can't stop him. Tianqing, what do you plan to do? Ji Tianqing's combat power was extremely strong, comparable to a second-level god king. But against a mid-level god king, he still had no chance of winning. He might even lose his life. Under such circumstances, even if he chose to escape from the Green Jade Palace, it was also reasonable. Yunyao would not object. After all, they had already helped Lan, and Chao Qingyu to this extent. They had already done everything they could. However, Ji Tianqing did not think of escaping. He said in a serious tone, with my current strength and Chao Qingyu's current condition, of course, we can't be discovered by that mid-level god king. The divine formation that Chao Qingyu set up back then was a little simple. I plan to modify the palace's defensive formation. This will make the palace more hidden and not easy to discover. Its defensive power will also be stronger. In this way, even if a mid-level god king really comes after us, we can resist for a while. Yunyao thought for a while and nodded in agreement. This is a good idea. It's also the most feasible method at present. After pausing for a while, she asked again, Tianqing, the reason why you stayed and were willing to help Lan, and Chao Qingyu, was it because you wanted to wait for Chao Qingyu to wake up? Of course, Ji Tianqing wouldn't hide it and nodded at her. Yunyao confirmed her guess and continued, Chao Qingyu is a real deity king. He has been wandering outside for tens of thousands of years. He must have been to many places in the God realm. You've always wanted to investigate the structure of the God realm, as well as the situation outside the boundless heaven continent. When Chao Qingyu wakes up, we can ask him, right? Ji Tianqing revealed a gratified smile and nodded. You know me the best. Yunyao also smiled faintly and said, since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's start modifying the defensive array as soon as possible. In other words, she obviously wanted to help Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing thought for a moment and said, other than you, I still have to wake everyone up and help me modify the divine formation. Only then can I finish it in the shortest time possible. Yunyao naturally agreed. Following that, Ji Tianqing took out the divine battleship and woke up Lin Shui, God Lord Blood Illusion, Left Emissary Jin, Blood Dragon Right Emissary, and Nia Feiyun who were cultivating in seclusion. After everyone left the divine battleship one after another and appeared in the stone house, Ji Tianqing woke everyone in the Nine Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda. Ji Ku, White Dragon, Ji Wushuang, and Zhen Hong who had just broken through to the 4th level Divine Lord realm not long ago also appeared in the stone house one after another. What was worth mentioning was that Zhen Hong had been in seclusion in the Divine Pagoda for so long. His strength had increased greatly again and was not far from the 6th level Divine Lord realm. With so many Divine Lords gathered in the stone house, it immediately became a little crowded. Everyone's gazes gathered on Ji Tianqing. They all opened their mouths and asked, Sir Tianqing, what instructions do you have for waking us up? Sir, is there anything we can help with? Ji Tianqing gave a simple explanation of the current situation to everyone. Currently, we're in the Azure Jade Divine Palace. Lana consumed the divine elixir and is in seclusion to recuperate. Chao Qingyu's injuries are too severe and he's still in a deep sleep. The divine king powerhouses pursuing Chao Qingyu might appear at any time. We have to modify the divine palace's defensive array at the fastest speed. After hearing that, everyone understood the importance and urgency of the matter. They all revealed solemn expressions. Ji Tianqing did not delay any longer either. He led everyone and flew toward the divine palace's main door. Swoosh! Everyone flew across the sky at lightning speed. Before long, they arrived at the divine palace's main door. Even though the 1,000 feet tall lofty door was tightly shut, the divine array on the door was still operating. But everyone was well aware that this door was still not secure enough. Ji Tianqing cast the divine eye mystic art and stared at the divine palace's main door without blinking. He carefully observed the defensive divine array on the door and pondered on how to improve it. Before he entered the divine palace, he had already observed this divine array. He was very familiar with the structure of the array. Now, after frowning and pondering for an hour, he decided on a modification plan. The array on the divine palace's main door is only a low-grade king-level divine array. Its structure and level are relatively simple. If a mid-level divine king came, he would probably be able to break through it within 50 moves. I want to superimpose 5 different low-grade king-level divine arrays on top of this divine array. When the 6 divine arrays are combined into one, its complexity and defensive power will almost reach the mid-grade king level. Ji Tianqing looked at Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and everyone else. He said in a serious tone, although we are all Sir Gods, none of us can set up a king-level divine array. But if all of you help us, we can set up a king-level divine array together. After hearing what he said, everyone was energized. They shouted excitedly, "Young Master Tianqing, please instruct us. We will listen to your instructions on how to set up the array." Although they did not know how to set up a king-level divine array, they could listen to Ji Tianqing's instructions and work together to set up the array. Hence, Ji Tianqing led everyone into the sky and started to cast the array. He stood at the highest point and was in the center. Everyone obeyed his orders and spread out in all directions, standing in different positions. Ji Tianqing formed a divine seal with both hands. As he waved thousands of divine lights towards the towering door, he shouted loudly. "Yao Yao, gentle wind 7 kills position, 36 spiral seals. Cuckoo, Gen Thunder heavenly fire position, 39,000 butterfly seals. Lin Shui, heaven life north position, 42 spectral seals." As he called out their names one by one, he stated their positions and the requirements for casting the divine seals. Everyone started to move. Everyone's expression was serious. They were fully focused and did their best to cast the array. They did not dare to make any mistakes. Because everyone knew that if anyone made a mistake, it would affect the others. It might even affect the entire array and cause it to collapse. At this moment, everyone was working together sincerely. With Ji Tianqing as the center, they were tightly united. An invisible sense of pride and trust filled everyone's hearts. Of course. As the person in charge of the array, Ji Tianqing was in control of the overall situation. Not only did he need to be extremely intelligent and knowledgeable, but he also needed to expend a huge amount of divine power. As time passed, millions of divine power rays were injected into the door of the divine palace. The defensive divine array of the divine palace gradually changed. Its power was also slowly increasing. Chapter 32-44 Originally, with Ji Tianqing's ability, it would take him at least 7 days to set up a lower king-grade divine array. However, with everyone working together, it only took them 20 hours to complete the task. Although everyone had been concentrating and casting the array with all their might, they were a little tired. However, when the first divine dragon slaying formation was completed, everyone was excited. They revealed an incomparably proud and excited expression. Even left emissary Jin, right emissary blood dragon, Nia Feiyun and the rest could not help but exclaim. "Oh my God! This is unbelievable! We are all Sir Gods and we can set up a king-grade divine array. This is just like a dream. Who would believe it? This is a miracle. Mr. Tianqing is too demonic. He had actually mastered such a complicated and profound king-grade divine formation to its fullest extent. Even if he split the array into more than 10 parts, he could still piece it together neatly. This is simply too terrifying. Even a real supreme being might not be able to do it." It was no wonder that everyone was so excited and found it unbelievable. This was because everyone knew that a second or third degree supreme being could set up a lower king-grade divine array quickly, and it was nothing strange. However, with more than 10 Sir Gods working together, it was a shocking miracle to be able to set up a lower king-grade divine array in a day. After all, godly lords and godly kings had different levels of strength and control over arrays. Moreover, the Sir Gods did not know how to set up a king-grade divine array. However, Ji Tianqing had split the array into more than 10 parts and commanded everyone to cast the array at the same time. In the end, he was able to piece together more than 10 simple divine arrays and restore them to the original king-grade divine array. This was a heaven-defying method. Everyone couldn't help but guess exactly how terrifying Ji Tianqing's attainments in the Tao of formations were. Was he really a Sir God? From his various demonic performances, he was obviously an unparalleled supreme being. Seeing that everyone was excited, they were exclaiming and discussing excitedly. Ji Tianqing asked everyone to take elixirs and recuperate for 2 hours to recover their energy and strength. Anyway, everyone had an astonishing amount of wealth. There were all kinds of elixirs and cultivation resources that could not be used up. Everyone quickly calmed down and sat cross-legged in the sky. They each took out elixirs and divine stones and began to regulate their breathing. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Ji Tianqing then ordered everyone to scatter around him, each occupying a specific position. After everyone was in formation, he led everyone to start setting up the second divine formation. The second king-grade low-grade divine array was called Star Destroyer. It was also a complicated, profound, and extraordinary divine formation. However, Ji Tianqing used his superb talent in array formation to divide it into a dozen parts and directed everyone to set up the array formation. With their previous experience, everyone felt much more relaxed and smoother when they set up the array. Moreover, when they were circulating and adjusting their breathing just now, everyone sensed that their strength had improved again, and they also had a new understanding of the divine Tao cultivation. Everyone understood that it was because they had participated in the setting up of the king-grade divine formation. This unprecedented and novel challenge broadened their horizons and allowed their strength to rise to the next level. Therefore, Lin Shui, Zhen Hong, Nia Feiyun, and the others were grateful to Ji Tianqing. Before they knew it, a day had passed. The second Star Destroyer divine formation was also completed and superimposed on the door of the divine palace. Everyone had used up more divine power, and their spirits were also more tired. This time, Ji Tianqing asked everyone to circulate and adjust their breathing for 4 hours. After 4 hours, when everyone had recovered their strength, they began to set up the array again in high spirits. The third divine formation was called Sky Splitter, and its difficulty had obviously increased. Fortunately, everyone had the experience of setting up the previous 2 arrays. Their control of divine power and positioning had also reached a more subtle level, and their coordination with Ji Tianqing was better. Therefore, they did not disappoint Ji Tianqing and completed the array within 24 hours. After taking elixirs and adjusting their breathing for 6 hours, everyone began to set up the fourth divine formation. The result was still the same, and it was completed within a day. The fifth divine formation was the last step, and also the most important one. Whether the 5 divine formations set up by everyone and the original divine formation on the door of the divine palace could be integrated seamlessly and form a new and powerful divine formation depended on this. Not only did Ji Tianqing attach great importance to this, but everyone also gave it their all, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Time passed quietly. Everyone was immersed in setting up the divine formation and forgot about themselves. This was the most difficult one, and it took the longest time. After 2 full days, the fifth divine formation was completed. At that moment, a mysterious change occurred on the door of the divine palace. 6 layers of light shields appeared on the surface of the door. Each layer was as thick as a palm, flashing with dazzling divine light and emitting terrifying divine power fluctuations. Under everyone's gaze, billions of veins appeared on each layer of light shield. They were like densely packed nerves and blood vessels, gently wriggling. At this moment, the veins and structure of the 6 king-grade divine formations were clearly displayed. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, the 6 layers of light shields began to ripple, rotate, and twist, gradually merging. Swoosh! Swoosh! Divine light flashed, and all kinds of strange lights and shadows appeared one after another. The 6 layers of light shields kept gathering, twisting and folding, and gradually merging together. As time passed, the number of light shields kept decreasing, from 6 layers to 5, 4, 3. Of course, as the number of light shields decreased, their thickness kept increasing, and their power also skyrocketed. When everyone saw this amazing scene, they all revealed shocked, excited, and expectant expressions. Young Master Tianqing's methods are really amazing. Such shocking array formation attainments, comparable to an unparalleled Supreme God King, unparalleled in the world. Not to mention the great Yan Empire, even in the entire Tianbei region, no one can compare to him. When the 6 divine formations merge, it will definitely evolve into an even more powerful divine formation. Even a middle-level Supreme God King can be blocked outside. Everyone discussed excitedly, and their admiration for Ji Tianqing grew. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. The 6 layers of defensive light shields had all merged, becoming a super divine formation half a meter thick. This extremely sturdy and thick divine formation flickered with colorful divine light, and there were thousands of divine dragons and lightning shadows on its surface. Even though the divine formation's power was restrained, it still made everyone wary and fearful. One could imagine how terrifying this divine formation's power was when it was fully unleashed. Ji Tianqing also heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, "Finally, I did not disappoint everyone and successfully evolved this reincarnation-killing formation. Thank you for your full support." No one dared to claim credit, and they hurriedly waved their hands to express that it was not hard. Because everyone understood that the most mentally exhausted person was him. Ji Tianqing waved his hand and shot out a few beams of divine light, causing the colorful light shield to disappear and be restrained within the palace gate. Then, he explained to everyone, although this reincarnation-killing formation is only a middle-grade king-grade divine formation, it is complex and mysterious. Ordinary middle-level Supreme God Kings may not be able to crack it. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3245. Ji Tianqing explained the effects and power of the samsara-killing formation to everyone so that he could reassure them. Otherwise, why would they follow him and stay in the Green Jade Palace? If they were not confident, once a middle divine king barged in, Ji Tianqing and everyone else's lives would be in danger. Since Ji Tianqing was confident in the samsara killing formation, everyone did not worry too much. Seeing that everyone was tired and weak, Ji Tianqing said, "Everyone must be exhausted after helping me set up the formation. Go back and rest." Lin Shui, Sir God Blood Illusion, Nia Fei Yun and the rest did not think too much. Everyone nodded to show that they understood and entered the divine ship to rest. After Bai Long and Ji Wushuang entered the divine pagoda and returned to the distorted spacetime to rest, only Yun Yao and Ji Ku were left beside Ji Tianqing. The two ladies were not in a hurry to return to the divine pagoda to rest. They looked at Ji Tianqing and asked the question in their hearts. "Brother Tianqing, we only modified the formation at the entrance of the palace. Are you sure it'll work?" "Tianqing, even if the formation at the entrance of the palace is strengthened, the defensive formation that envelopes the palace is still a little weak." Ji Tianqing looked at the two of them and smiled, "You know me well. You are also very attentive and considerate. That's right, it's not enough to strengthen the entrance of the palace. I still have to strengthen the defensive formation. However, the defensive formation that envelopes the palace has a radius of 200 miles. It's not easy to strengthen and modify this divine formation." Yin Yao added, "Moreover, everyone has been setting up the formation for so many days. They can't take it anymore. Therefore, you want everyone to go back and rest. Do you plan to strengthen the defensive formation alone?" Ji Tianqing nodded to show that he admitted it. Ji Ku said worriedly, "Brother Tianqing, you are so considerate of everyone. But what about you? You first helped Chao Qingyu to treat her injuries. After that, you did not rest and focused on setting up the samsara killing formation. You must be tired after so many days. Let us help you." Yun Yao hurriedly nodded and said with concern, "It's too tiring for you to reinforce the defensive formation alone, and it won't be efficient. It'll be faster if we work together." The two of them were so considerate of him and even strongly requested to help him. How could he refuse? Therefore, Ji Tianqing nodded in agreement and said with relief, "The people who understand me the most and understand me the most are the two of you. All right, let's move together then." After that, Ji Tianqing led Yun Yao and Ji Ku to observe the defensive array of the divine palace. The defensive light shield that enveloped the entire divine palace was like a huge ball of light suspended in the vast sea of clouds. The defensive power of this light barrier was extraordinary, and its structure was also rather complicated. There were as many as 140 million meridians. Even with Ji Tianqing's God's Eye secret technique, it took him half a day to figure out the structure of the array. He racked his brains, and his brain spun rapidly. He thought about what kind of divine array and method he could use to reinforce and strengthen the defensive array. Within 2 hours, he tried more than 10 divine arrays and methods, and made hundreds of deductions and predictions. Finally, he succeeded in finding a way. Use the reverse cutting and merging method. Merge the black tortoise divine sealing formation into this defensive array from 12 different directions. The success rate of this method should be above 90%. Once it succeeds, the defensive array's power will increase by more than 3 times. Although there's still a gap between it and a king-grade divine array, it's better now. Even if there's a godly king expert who can decipher it, it'll still take more time and methods. Ji Tianqing muttered to himself. After making up his mind, he told Yun Yao and Ji Ku his thoughts, train of thought, and the method of setting up the array. Yun Yao and Ji Ku were both proud daughters who had received the godly king's inheritance. They were extremely talented and intelligent. Ji Tianqing only explained it once, and they understood. After confirming that there were no problems, the 3 of them flew into the sky. They each took a position and started to cast the array together. Of course, Ji Tianqing was still the leader in the process of casting the array. Swoosh! 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 The three of them looked solemn. They formed hand seals and kept releasing beams of divine power. Thousands of beams of divine power shot into the southeast corner of the five-colored canopy like sharp arrows. The three of them cast the array continuously for an hour and opened up a 1,000-foot-long gap in the southeast corner of the canopy. This was the first step of setting up the array. They had to cut open the defensive array of the divine palace. Then, Ji Tianqing and the other two released divine light into the gap and formed a small black tortoise divine sealing formation. This was the second step, the so-called merging of the points. After an entire day, the small black tortoise divine sealing formation was completed and gradually merged into the canopy. The gap also closed. Such a scene made Ji Tianqing's spirits rise. He said with a heart full of gratification, "As I expected, this method is feasible." However, he did not let his guard down. This was because he had to cut open 12 gaps in the five-colored canopy from different directions and merge the 12 small black tortoise divine sealing formations into it. This way, the 12 small black tortoise divine sealing formations would form the complete black tortoise divine sealing formation. At that time, the black tortoise divine sealing formation would completely merge with the five-colored canopy and the defensive array of the divine palace would be strengthened. Only then would it be considered a success. On the first day, Ji Tianqing and the other two completed 1/12 of the array. On the second day, they repeated the same trick and opened another gap in another direction to merge the small divine sealing formation. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. As time passed, day after day passed. On the morning of the 11th day, Ji Tianqing and the other two merged the 10 small divine sealing formations into the canopy. In 2 more days, the mission would be completed. Although the three of them were very tired, they stubbornly persevered when they thought that success was right in front of them. After the transformation of the array was completed, they could rest and recuperate. However, things did not go as they wished. On this morning, when the sun rose from the east, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the gates of the Green Jade Palace. Swoosh! 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 A dazzling five-colored divine light enveloped more than 20 figures and landed in the sea of clouds outside the gates. After the dazzling divine light faded, 23 God race experts appeared. If Ji Tianqing saw these people, he would definitely be shocked. Because these people were Yan Tiangang and the divine lords of the other major sects. However, all of them were severely injured. They looked miserable and wretched, and their expressions were filled with grief and indignation. They maintained a respectful posture as they looked at the 30-meter-tall God race expert in bronze armor and wielding a halberd in the middle of the crowd. "Honorable Divine King, we have arrived. This is the Green Jade Palace." Without a doubt. That thick-bodied alien god race with rock-like skin was a God King expert. As for Yan Tiangang and the divine lords of the various sects, they had been captured by him and had no choice but to obey his orders. The alien race Divine King stepped out of the crowd and sized up the Green Jade Palace with a cold gaze. A cruel and sinister smile curled on his lips. "Damned thief, I crossed the sea to kill you. Now that I've found your lair, let's see where you can escape to." Wonderful book house that you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.